and welcome to Acolytes for Equality, our Equality Now fundraiser. I'm Candace, and with me is
Arzu. Hello, everyone.
It's Arzu.
Exciting.
Yes, we have not done a live stream in a while, but we decided to come back for an amazing cause. We are celebrating Equality Now, which we all feel very passionate about. Just the way the world's going, people are going to need some help, so we're here for that. And Amandla loves this charity. They're an activists for it, so we're here for it. The link to donate is in our description, as well as how to enter our raffle, which includes some amazing prizes like a Death Trooper bust that is limited edition from 2010. So that's like vintage now, right?
Oh God, don't put it that way.
It's like 15 years old, Arzu.
No.
Okay, but we also have phase 1 of the High Republic books, like in a nice set, all signed by the author, and it's just amazing group of prizes that the community came together and said, hey, we want to help, and we appreciate it so much. And you know what? We're gonna just start the show because Arzu and I are here for a very special What's Club, and we of course have the host, Katrina.
It's me. Hi, everyone. Welcome to What's Club, and welcome to Acolytes for Equality. I am so honored to be kicking off the fundraiser with my dear friends Arzu and Candace. Thank you both for making this happen. It means a lot to me to be fundraising for legal representation for women and girls, especially right now. And I think that this is one of the coolest possible ways to do it. So thank you so much.
And we're not going through our gloves alone. We also have Gus from Triad of the Force.
Hello, everybody. I'm just happy to be joining this party, and thank you so much for inviting me to be a part of this great cause and not just celebrate a show that everyone has been enjoying, but also a cause that means a lot to everybody, and it's organized by a group of lovely people to help a bunch of lovely people. So thank you so much. So as we kick this off, just very excited to be a part of it and just help everybody. So let's get this party going.
Let's do it.
Yeah, and I just want to say right now we're at $2,274, which is insane. I originally started and I'm like 500. Let's just try 500, But here we are, and it's brilliant. And you know what? Wouldn't mind getting to 2,500 maybe today.
I was gonna say 3,000. Let's aim for 3,000 if we can. I'm feeling
the year that the Jonas Brothers are from. I love it.
There we go.
Year 3000. Okay.
God, no, that's vintage. That's a vintage.
That took me a little while to get. But
somebody's going to tell me that those came out in 2010 too or something. Anyway, sorry.
Oh man. Well, now that we're off to a fantastic start, I'm so glad to have you all here and kick off the first show of Equality or Acolytes for Equality, a little show I like to call What's Club. Every week on What's Club, we discuss the scrungly little guys of Star Wars, our favorite background favorites, and a few Easter eggs that are also characters from the Star Wars saga. So I'm really excited to be talking about this. We're going to be talking about the glup shittos of the Acolytes specifically. And this show, for a show that was lauded as one that didn't have a lot of cameos, it did have a lot of very interesting background characters, and I think that there is one that all of us are waiting to talk about, person for the end of the show. But the first glup I would like to talk about, Candace, if you could cue up the image of the glups that really won my heart in episode 1 were the chair droids. These guys, I thought, I love it when Star Wars gets weird, and seeing these chair droids just kind of fold up and give up on life while the ship is careening downward. Oh man, I laughed so hard when I saw these things, and I thought it was such a cool and innovative piece of Star Wars technology, and I love it when droids do weird things. So initial thoughts on the chair droids. How do you feel about them?
I mean, to me, I love the shared droids because it starts encapsulating what's great about the Acolyte, because it's not just great acting and great actors that have come to make this show, but also the production design, I think, was the big standout for me for the Acolyte, because it just melded everything that's great about the original trilogy, the prequel trilogy, and the sequel trilogy to just make this smorgasbord of awesomeness. And the shared droids are basically that. It's a celebration of the silliness that Star Wars can have, but in a kind of with the production design of the sequels that also harkens back to the used aesthetic of the original trilogy. So it kind of brings all of that together. And it's one of those moments where it's just like, it's very serious, right? Because the ship's crashing. Osha needs to figure out how she's going to survive. But then all of a sudden, there's this little moment of levity with the shared droid. So I think that little moment just encapsulates what's awesome about Star Wars, because Star Wars is not just one thing. It's like all these different elements coming together to just make awesome little moments that everyone can latch onto and just become their little favorites. So I love the shared droids. I wish that they have names, and I'm sure that they will eventually. So looking forward to the Hasbro Black Series of shared droids, or even Regal Robot. Maybe they can do some full scale ones, and we can just sit on them forever and give us massages or something. I don't know.
I need my Lego chair droids that have moving mechanisms, like fold out and all of that. How about you, Arzu?
They were kind of an existential crisis for me, because I'm watching them retract into just normal chairs. Then I'm like, okay, how sentient are they? If they are just meant to look like chairs because that's aesthetic, that's one thing. Do people actually sit in them normally? And if that's the case, like, are they
okay
aware they're being sat on? How do they feel about being sat on? So that kind of opened up that little can of worms for me. And I'm sure when we get the Black Series figure and the comic series run, these questions will be answered. But that was my first thought as soon as I saw, because it's a really cool design. I agree with Gus. It's an awesome design. But then I was just going, but do they know they're being sat on? Was my question.
Maybe when they get sat on, they like turn off, and it's just like, okay, consciousness off, and then they just turn back on when they're unsat.
Yeah.
So that way they can manage expectations.
There's like a button at the lower back part, so as soon as you press
like
on
the fridge, right? Like a fridge, when you open it, the light goes on. Closes, lights off. Yeah.
I mean, this was several centuries before the concept of droid rights really became popular. So I hope they're not sentient, and or they are just programmed to like being sat on, question mark. Like,
you know L3 is citing these chair droids.
Oh yeah.
In her manifesto.
Yes, absolutely. How about you, Candace?
I think it like makes so much sense just in a practical standpoint that it's like so odd no one's thought of it before, because it works. I don't know why.
It's just technology that, like, I think I know the Millennium Falcon is like a bucket of bolts, and it just like, it's not made to be fancy, but it would be so cool if like you walked into the Millennium Falcon ride at Disney World, and like these like seats like raised up for you and then like move forward and stuff. I feel like that would also be a safety hazard, but whatever. I mean, that whole scene was a safety hazard. So I really like that immediately like had me hooked on, okay, what is this show gonna do if like something that quick and subtle like resonates with me so deeply. So definitely my top Club Shadow above all else, which is saying a lot, are the chair droids, because there were a lot of good Club Shadows in this show. Goose, you mentioned a certain do we want to go with the Jedi or the Padawan first?
Well, it's tough because one is just a Club Shadow that I relate to just because of when I used to play Jedi Academy. I used to play as the species of that Jedi, but the other one is just too hilarious, especially since the trailers came out. Yep, there they are. There they are. It's like, close your eyes. What do you see? And it's like, poor child cannot close their eyes. And I'm just like, maybe Saul needed to go to some sensitivity training on the Jedi Council, the Jedi Academy, to be like, hey, you can't just tell people to close their eyes if they don't have eyelids. So
the first of Saul's many sins.
I felt it. It's hilarious.
We should have known.
Yeah,
we should have known just by that. that he is so insensitive. He's like, well, this child is an OSHA, so I don't care.
Right.
Wow.
Wow.
It's tough. It's tough because
this is a...
from the outside, I thought it was hilarious, and it was like, look at this fool! I can't close their eyes, and I'm just like, they couldn't close their eyes. Maybe they felt really bad, and they were just bummed out the rest of the day because like Saul keeps talking about eyes.
Maybe there's an inner lid to close.
I hope so. I hope that there's some clarification that StarWars.com releases on the character to talk about the function of their eyes, because we must know.
Like a see-through film that like goes over the eyes, so it doesn't dry
I hope
out.
so.
Like an amphibian, yeah, because like that leads to the question of like, how does this poor child sleep? Like, do what goes on there? So I know we have some Star Wars publishing folks in the chat. If you, when you're putting together the encyclopedia on this series, just please highlight that for us, because
from a certain point of view, the Acolyte, we get like a story about them.
This Padawan and how he takes a nap. There's my pitch. How the Padawan naps. I loved that scene. It was a very good scene, and then like that moment really just like stood out to me, because like all these other little kids are closing their eyes and having visions, and this poor kid doesn't close their eyes, and they don't get to talk about the vision. Like they're just like, this is awkward. What am I doing? What can I do?
It's like as hard as they try, they can't close their eyes. It sucks.
Mm-hmm.
I feel
but
bad.
maybe they close their mind. Maybe that's the answer, is maybe
their eyes just turn off instead of
their eyes deceive them. Don't trust
them. Don't trust their eyes. Just go deep into your mind prison and focus on that instead. So yeah, I loved that that particular scene. I'm so glad that you mentioned it before we went on air. You also brought up, of course, the Keldor Jedi. Yes. I would love to know. Yeah.
One thing, just Kelly's in the chat, and Kelly, it has a signed book of Be More Obi-Wan. Okay. That is one of the prizes. So enter the raffle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Be More Obi-Wan is one of my favorites too. It's just such a great book. If you are like me and you are bad at meditating, reading these books in place of meditation is a really great way to get perspective. And Be More Obi-Wan is fantastic, and I truly do recommend it. So make sure you enter the raffle so that you have a chance of winning it. Yes.
Oh yeah. So go on.
Sorry. Yes.
Oh,
Goose.
We're at 23, 24 now.
Yeah, we're gonna 3,000.
Yeah. It was all the eye and chair talk. It was the chair droids.
Thank you, chair droids.
If you love the chair talk, donate for more. And if you hate the chair talk, donate so we'll stop.
Yeah, we should just do some share art, I guess. Let's get like a bunch of the great artists in the Star Wars community to start doing their interpretations of the share droids.
Oh, I love it. I want like a dancing chair droid gift where they're just like, macho man.
Okay, this is like a little bit, but do you guys remember Pee-wee's Playhouse?
Oh, I do. With the the chair.
It freaked me out. I remember renting the VHSs in the 90s, and I'm like, what were 80s kids on?
It was on rerunning when I was a kid, and I forgot what channel it was on, but yeah, it was definitely one of those shows.
Yeah, it was just one of the chairs. His chair just like
it's just a lot of corn syrup in the 80s. Fueling these visions.
There's a lot of other stuff that we won't bring up.
Not for kids that I know of.
Well, okay. Read the behind the scenes of the holiday special. And you can see what they were on to make this stuff for the kids. It explains so much. But I don't want to get demonetized by YouTube, because also everything that we're making, our ad money, is going straight to the fund. So even if you can't donate, just watching is helping.
Watching and sharing the stream, telling everybody about the fundraiser, those things, if you're not able to donate, that still makes a huge impact. So absolutely agreed. Yes. So Keldor Jedi, let's talk, Goose. What makes this Jedi special to you? Talk a little bit about your background.
There she is.
I believe this is the first female Keldor Jedi we've seen in live action.
I mean, I'm not a Star Wars historian, unfortunately. So, or Alex Damon, so I would not be able to tell you This is the first female Keldor we see in live action, but let's just assume it is, because I don't have more knowledge on the matter. But it's one of those things where ever since the Phantom Menace had come out, I wouldn't say I'm Dave Filoni deep in terms of being a Plo Koon stan, but I always like Keldors because like they always look cool. I don't know, they were the most distinct ones in the Jedi Council. So I remember when I used to play Star Wars Jedi Knight Jedi Academy, you could customize your character as anything you want, and one of the options was a Keldor, and it's like, so my character was always a Keldor with an orange lightsaber. So it's always been like a species that like I particularly dig because it's the mask is integrated to their face and everything, so it just looks cool and regal. So it was fun to finally see one that's not Plo Koon, even though I remember when she first came on screen, people were like, well, we've never seen another Keldor, so it must be Plo Koon, as if there weren't other, members of that species. So I'm glad to see that the Star Wars account confirmed through Twitter to a random post that it was not Plo Koon and it was Ithia Pan. But definitely tragic because she was taken from us much, much too soon.
We got her. We got her so little time.
And the sunset set for her on night, and unfortunately she joined the ranks of the red shirts, but at least she's there. She lives in infamy, and we have a new Keldor that hopefully we can get a comic book series on and just get some background information so that we can continue her legacy and see where she came from, because we know where she ended up at.
Yeah. I saw Tracy in the chat just mentioned Tassi Loa, and I would love to talk about Tassi Loa because I know that going into that particular episode and that mission, people were like, "Why did Yord leave her behind? How could he? Like, Soul brought Jackie, and then now Tassi can't come." Yeah, I am so glad that Yord was like, "Hey, no, I'm not going to take."
I'm not going to take a child with me.
No, not at all.
He was like, actually, maybe we shouldn't bring our Padawans on this incredibly risky mission.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we're hunting a Jedi killer. The two words there. I'm not going to bring my child Padawan with me. No, it's
Anakin Skywalker would never.
Well,
Anakin Skywalker's like, I will send her first.
Exactly.
No, there was a few trips that he was like, Ahsoka shouldn't go to. Like, forget that fortress trip where she snuck in because Plo Koon helped her.
Mm-hmm.
Plo Koon's like, we send the kids first. The grown-ups bring up the rear.
Oh man! Oh god, that reminds me of my anger at Luminara and Dooley, but we won't get into that. I am glad that Tassi Loa was left behind, because that gives her this opportunity to be a recurring character in the next series. And I'm hoping we see more of her, because it was really cool to see a Zygerian Jedi, first and foremost, really breaking that stereotype that all of her people are, as they were in the Clone Wars, ruthless slavers. I think that being able to see folks who are, virtuous and good and want to do good from her people is really important. And I like having little cat people in Star Wars. It makes me happy. I love cats, as you can probably see. So
can we please talk about the gluppiest of the shippos there are in this series?
Oh,
because
yeah.
I love him so much. I know Arzu's obsessed.
I'm obsessed with him.
Basil.
He's just a little guy.
I have never been more afraid for a character ever, because I know I don't own one of these, but he looks so much like my pet gerbil that the way he behaves is so much like my pet gerbil that I'm like, if anything happens to him, I will be inconsolable. I came to this conclusion after the episode with Yord and Jackie. I'm like, this is upsetting, but I will be on another level if something happens to Basil. And I acknowledge that that's very personal.
At this point, I don't know if Basil's even like a Club Shadow at this point. He's in the main cast. He's top billing as far as I'm concerned.
I saw someone
Well,
tweet earlier. Oh, so go
Well,
on,
just
Dennis.
considering how many of the other characters we lost, he's one of the only ones left.
He's a survivor. He made it.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. I saw someone tweet earlier, and I forgot who it was. So if anybody in the chat remembers, please credit them. But someone mentioned that like Basil is in a completely different show that just happens to coincide with the Acolyte. Like
He's a
he
young
is the
Jedi
star of a
evangelist.
different show, and it just happens to be crossing paths. He's like, I joked the other day that like all he was doing was like going out and getting like melurons for his family, and then this happened, and like he's that's the argument that people have about Basil right now that I've seen is that you know, why did he try to sabotage Soul? And it's like, well, if you were a contractor without benefits for the Jedi and your Jedi boss tried to careen into a minefield, you too would try to stop him.
Okay, so there I like to watch them the second time with the descriptive audio just in case there's something I miss. And I'm not good with people's faces, so it's just helpful. And they call him a Jedi. So is he a Jedi?
Is that a mistake, or is he?
Yeah. I would love if he's a Jedi, though. Wouldn't that be adorable?
It would be adorable, but he's in civilian clothes.
Yeah, he's wearing the civilian clothes, and I don't want to speak for anybody at Lucasfilm or behind the scenes on the Acolyte, but things for like descriptive audio and subtitling get outsourced. So sometimes if it's unclear, the person doing it will make the call and just
okay.
go,
But
this
whoever is doing it, it's definitely a Chimere, an OSHA shipper.
Listen.
And good for them.
Yes.
Good for them.
Oh man.
And then some, because that was steamy, for lack of a better word.
They listen to a lot of romance audiobooks. It's very clear.
They made decisions in how they were going to discuss what was happening.
It's rippling muscles. Yes, absolutely.
It's not. I mean, it's true. I mean, we saw it. Everyone saw it. So they were not making descriptions that were on.
There's no way to avoid that.
Yeah, there's no way to avoid this talk. I was like, wow, we got here. We got here.
It's been 22 minutes
in.
22 minutes in.
My favorite shadow is Chimere's biceps.
Okay, speaking of Chimere, and who probably saw him, you know, bathing on a lake a couple times, we got to talk before this is over about Katrina. Please.
The one, the only, Darth Plagueis the Voyeur.
Who's that guy?
Bop, bop. Actually, I don't know what his theme song sounds like, but I hope it's like that. Darth Plagueis, man, like this guy, we have known this man's name, this moon's name, for over 25 years now, and this is the first time we've really seen him on screen. And I had this feeling that like we were going to see him or there was going to be some kind of allusion to him, because Leslie, when she was doing her interviews ahead of the series, talked a lot about how much she liked the expanded universe, a lot about how she liked Knights of the Old Republic, and a lot about Darth Plagueis. And I was prepped for that, and I was apparently like not the only one. Along with the fans, I believe there's a recent interview with Amandla where they say like they like guessed that Plagueis was going to be in this show before they even got that script. So I think that is just he's perfect for this. You know, he's perfect. I don't know why he's sitting there watching Chimere and OSHA.
Why wouldn't
hang out? But
I know they're both.
I mean, so are we. So are we.
He's like they're both so
he's the audience, just like everyone else has been. He's like, oh, that's what's
Darth Plagueis POV character.
He's like he's taking notes. Maybe he's like, oh, that's how you do it.
Yeah, I am curious on what your theories are as to how exactly he fits into this story, though. And I'd love to start with Arzu on that one.
So my big thing at the moment is I am trying to decide two things. One, whether or not he's actually Chimere's master, and like regardless of that answer, whether or not Chimere knows he's there. So I don't know how he fits. And my theory is he is his master, but he doesn't know he's there. That's where I'm sitting right now. but
because there's all that
Yeah.
cortosis. Is that how you say
yeah.
it?
Mm-hmm.
So
There's it's probably easy to hide still with all
So I'm
that
thinking
metal
he's
around.
using that to his advantage, and like Chimera is feeling free to operate the way he does because he doesn't realize Plagueis is there.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's from the Plagueis novel. They had the original like Plagueis and his Padawan were there to mine Cortosis, and it was on like Bal. I do not want to say this planet's name, but it sounds a lot like Balsamic. So they're on Balsamic, trying to get Val Madeira. I don't know. I should have brought up this name in front of me, but whatever. They're on planet
It's all
Balsamic
good.
trying to get Cortoses, and so it makes perfect sense for Plagueis to be there. I think it's such a smart nod to that novel too. That Leslie specifically put him there on that planet, whether whether Chimera knows that he's there or not. So, absolutely. So yeah, Candace, what is your theory?
I have no idea. I think he's just, maybe just looking around, maybe because it is very like he's like, I want to find out like what's going on because maybe he knew about the virgins in the Force too, and maybe he wants to use it for evil.
Yeah, I love that. That actually kind of lends to like my theory. I'm gonna let you go first, Goose, but I definitely have a theory about what Plagueis is up to.
I mean, right now I have a couple of theories, but I think the one that I like right now because it's the least obvious, even though I think the obvious one is what's probably going to happen, but the least obvious to me is that Chimera doesn't know about him right now because it ties back to what he said in the last episode in Night, I think it was, when he's talking to Soul and then he says like, oh, some might call me a Sith, so he's not claiming the title of Sith. So to me, in my mind, it's one of those things where he's in the forbidden area, like Chimera's in the forbidden parts of the library, and he learns about the Sith, and that's where the fallout with Vernestra happens. So he's on the dark side on his own after reading what he saw about the Sith, and he's just doing his own thing. And like now, Plagueis is in like, oh wait, someone's using the mantle of Sith here. I need to go check it out. So I think that's what's happening. Plagueis is scoping it out, and he's not Chimera's master, at least not yet. And maybe he's gonna pull a Joker in the Dark Knight on them and be like, "Well, now you two gotta fight it out if you want to be my apprentice." But that's where I'm leaning right now. He is in to scope what's happening between Chimera and Osha, but we'll see.
Oh, I love that. I love what Hope just said too. I remember you're in middle school on a date and your parents sit like 10 rows behind you in a movie theater. That's Plagueis. That was my mom, in fact, when I was watching Revenge of the Sith in my middle school date. Yeah. She knew I wouldn't
So
I
he's
wouldn't do
just
anything
a
weird.
concerned parent.
Yeah, just a concerned parent. Yeah, so my theory is that Plagueis has been lurking for a while. I feel like he has been to Brendock and was, if not there when everything went down on Brendock, he was there shortly after because he's a powerful Sith. I'm sure he knew about that version of the Force. And so I feel like he may have been maybe not necessarily tracking Chimera this whole time, but certainly tracking May. Because someone had to get May from point A on Brendock to point B where she was working for Chimera. So it's like, how did that happen? Was it the stranger who found her, or was it Plagueis who guided her to the stranger? And how long has Plagueis been monitoring Chimera on that note? Because he's an old guy, and so he might have been like aware happened between Chimera and Vernestra even. So I feel like he's been playing this game for a very, very long time, much like Palpatine was with Anakin. So yeah, and it kind of just lends to my theory that I thought was completely broken, that there was a Sith on Brendock monitoring the situation. And now I have hope that I was right. So feels good. But that about wraps up our time here for What's Glup. I am so glad to have had this wonderful panel of wonderful people. Thank you so much for letting us kick off the show with this one. And thank you all so much for tuning in and for donating. Please do continue to donate to the fundraiser. Tell all of your friends about it. Invite them to the stream. We're going to be going till for a few hours at least till 9:30 ET, I believe, is
10.
when you can 10. And you can
But
enter the
9:30
raffle.
yeah, until 9:30 is when you can enter the raffle. You're right, Katrina.
Yeah. So make sure you get your entry Eastern time. That's 6:30 Pacific. Some other 30s in other time zones that I don't want to recount right now because I can't think that hard. But thank you so much, everyone, for joining me, and thank you all so much for tuning in. Until next time, fly casual, and may the force be with you. Bye.
Thank you.
Next, we have Stardust Records, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves and what they're going to be talking about. Over to you guys.
Hello.
Thank you. Hello.
So, welcome to the Acolytes for Equality charity live stream. I'm Linz at A Cosmic Love on Twitter and at Rebel Risen on TikTok and Instagram. And I'm a lover of all Star Wars, but I'm in a committed relationship with the High Republic and Rebellion era specifically.
Those are good eras. I'm Savi. I'm at Enderisms on Twitter, TikTok, and Instagram, and like a lot of us, I am a big Star Wars fan, but inside of me, there is an even bigger Andor Rogue One fan.
And we're Stardust Records, a Star Wars podcast. For this segment of this lovely live stream, we're going to be talking about some of our favorite ladies from the High Republic era.
It was actually so difficult to choose, only the few that we've decided to discuss together for this live stream, but we think that the 4 we decided to highlight are actually truly some of the most luminous women in what we like to call the golden era of Star Wars.
Yeah, so the first on our list is Mattia? Kathleen?
Yeah, I think Mattia.
Maddie, as everyone knows her. Maddie appears in the Phase 2 High Republic comic run, as well as Path of Vengeance by Cavan Scott.
Cavan is actually one of my favorite authors, but besides that, Maddie has I know both of our favorite quotes referencing the Jedi and fear and how they process and feel it, but to indirectly quote it, she basically says that it's okay to feel fear as a Jedi. The difference is that Jedi don't run from their fear because they trust that they are one with the Force and they're safe within it, which is just such a lovely thing to think about.
Yeah, I love that quote. Maddie was put into some situations where I feel like she could have run from them, but her desire to help people was like just so great that she looked past any fear she may have felt in the moment to help them instead.
Yeah, Maddie is so many wonderful things. So I do truly feel like it's okay to call her a little bit stubborn. I know at a lot of our cores, we're all a little stubborn because without that stubbornness, I feel like she wouldn't have gotten beyond the walls that Vildar, Tay, and even Olivia had put up regarding some of the aspects of their past we didn't quite know yet when she first met them, whether it was in the comics or in Path of Vengeance.
Right, because at the end of the Phase 2 comics, the Vildar we know is someone entirely different, someone much softer after their time together.
Yeah, that's so true.
And what I love about Maddie personally is that I can see a little bit of what it was like to be a teenage girl in her. And sometimes that's how I feel even now as a grown woman. She's just the epitome of girlhood in this pink Twi'lek Jedi.
Yeah, most definitely. Some of her inner thoughts in Path of Vengeance actually had me thinking most of the time, like, oh gosh, I have definitely felt this way before. Like feeling like you're talking too much or talking when you're not supposed to, or feeling like you might not belong in a space that's filled with other people who might be more experienced than you in certain aspects of life, or really just as even.
And that could be like in your career or in your personal journey, literally anything that you could be feeling insecure about at the moment.
Right. You're right. Maddie, I feel like is a really good representation of what I have experienced personally in my own mind of what it's like to be a girl or someone who's femme presenting in public. in social situations, really.
Yeah, and she's also one of like the best examples of a person who brings people together. I'm not sure if Tay and Vildar would have ever gotten along if it weren't for her.
They, yeah, I'm thinking about some of their earlier situations together on Jeddah, but they definitely were having it out for most of that Phase 2 comic run. I don't think I ever would have expected them to end up where they did. Not to get into any spoilers, but where they did, where we know they are now, as somebody who's caught up on a certain phase. But if it weren't for Maddie being the mediator in certain instances of a few of their kerfuffles, as I like to call them, I also really, really loved her scenes with Yana, who's one of my favorite characters in Phase 2. It's in Path of Vengeance, but it's for the same reason where Maddie listened to reason and was willing to work with Yana and the Herald to get to the bottom of the situation on Dalna.
Yeah, I love that about her. And she reminds me, actually, talking about how she like interacts with people and brings people together, she reminds me a lot of Orla Jareni in that way, which is who I want us to talk about next.
Yeah, let's do it.
Orla Jareni is a Jedi Master who at some point in her life took the path of a Wayseeker.
And I know not everybody might not know what a Wayseeker is, so could you describe it in a few short words?
Yes. So, a Wayseeker, it's kind of like a Jedi that decides that they want to do their own thing apart from the Jedi Order for an indeterminate amount of time.
Okay.
Usually, this means deepening their relationship with the Force in their own way, on their own time, without being beholden to the Order.
Yeah, that sounds like honestly a really cool, I suppose, job to have in the Jedi Order. But I actually, all jokes aside, I really admire her for going against the grain, as it were, to travel the path she felt called to. She reminds me, well, not because also that she's a Wayseeker, but Gela in Phase 2 is also a really good example of, I feel like, this type of person that the Jedi can become when they kind of choose their own path. It isn't always easy to make that decision for yourself, and I really applaud Orla. I love her for that.
Yeah, and even though she was going to go her own way, she still made time and made herself available when her friends needed her. She like answered the call to that, you know? And she has this way of bringing people back to themselves, for lack of a better phrase, by sort of like calling them out in love and challenging them to face behaviors that they didn't want to like outwardly acknowledge. And I just want to like go a little deeper into that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if you've listened to Stardust Records before, you know I'm kind of infamous for going on Stellan Geos tangents, but I'll kind of bring myself back in and reel it in. But one of my favorite relationships that Orla had was with Stellan. But she was basically just so good at doing what she did because she had this uncanny ability to read and understand others, like Stellan. I feel like not everybody understood him, and she got to the core of like those people's problems, and she stripped back all of the excuses that they had and got to the bare bones of why they struggled. And I think one of my favorite examples is the conversation that she has with Stellan on Starlight. She tells him he's in danger of disappearing into the spotlight that the Jedi have put him into as now Marshal and a councilman and a former master of a prodigy and a prodigy himself, because that's exactly what Stellan was. And I really think that this was just such an accurate read on the present state of him, and perhaps exactly what helped him begin to be honest with himself throughout the rest of that book. That's The Fallen Star. I don't know if I've already said the title, but
Yeah, and just going off that, I feel like we could all benefit from a friend like her. There are certainly times where I feel like I need a little bit of a gentle reality check. And so that also just kind of reminds me of how when she helped guide Elzar on the beach, the moment before they headed off to Starlight Beacon together, he was basically questioning her, saying like, well, when do I know that I should open up to the Force? Like, when do I make this choice? Like, I don't know what to do. And she's just basically like, trust yourself. Now get your clothes on. Let's go.
I think that's definitely one of my favorite moments of all of the High Republic, where those instances where she's talking to Stellan and Elzar. And honestly, there were occasionally moments where she was talking to Comac in the YA novels where she kind of just metaphorically smacked them across their cheeks and was like, you can do this. Like, you should not be afraid to open up and be yourself. And I think that we as people could all be more like Orla, which is unafraid to choose a different course and explore who we really are as people.
Yeah.
I've said this before. That actually reminds me. I've said it on one of our own episodes, and it's kind of leading us into the next Jedi that we want to highlight. But I just absolutely would have adored if Orla and Avar had gotten to meet.
I know, it's so tragic. It would have been the definition of that meme where it's saying like two queens maximizing their joint slay.
Yeah. Oh my, yeah, that's actually the perfect way to describe that. But especially because of how Avar was the Marshal of Starlight and the hero of Hetzel. She actually, I've made a joke about this before, but she reminds me, I call her Jedi Barbie. And I feel like it's because she was definitely the Margot Robbie Barbie of that era, of that time. And not for the reason that like the audience might be thinking, but in the way where Barbie kind of comes into herself at the end of that film and realizes entirely what she thought wasn't what she wanted. It was something entirely different, which was being a version of herself that she hadn't quite come into yet. Someone that she discovered that she was deep down.
Yeah, and I remember in Eye of Darkness, she was having trouble separating herself, like Avar, and her identity within the Jedi, the hero and the Marshal, because she wasn't just a Jedi, and all of those titles that were assigned to her, like she was also Avar, and that was okay too.
Yeah, and that was okay. I that gave me goosebumps on my arms because it's such a real and poignant realization to have, that you have let your job or your given responsibilities in life be taken and separated from your true self and your personality. But the thing is that they can exist together. And again, not to spoil the newest book, but for Nestra, there's a point that I just love and I reread a few times. And I listened to it because Mark Thompson did such a good job of really putting this part in the audiobook to sound very real and emotional. But Vernestra she asked Avar, you, like of all people, you, and she's in disbelief that someone like Avar Chris can feel such a thing as fear and worry and uncertainty. But Avar at this point, I feel, has really come into herself at this point, which was also being the Jedi that she loves being, but also the person that Avar truly is outside of that.
Which shows that it's like never really too late to do such a thing in your life.
I know, and that's what I love about her personally. She's one of my favorites because of these moments in these books that she realizes that she's like, I am Avar, but I am also all of these things. It kind of mirrors what Stellan didn't really get to have time to process, but for Avar, the time in the Occlusion Zone actually helped her out so much because she got to think and to feel, and in the midst of all that chaos, she got to process her love for Elzar, her loss of Stellan, her whole life. Really, I could name so many different things. And then she like put this together, all these little pieces that made up who she was.
And it was like just so beautiful to see all that unfold for her in the two adult novels of Phase 3. I feel like the Avar in Phase 1 was holding herself back emotionally out of fear. The comics showed just how lost she truly was without accepting like those beautiful parts of her, and now we've seen her grow from that.
Yeah, and I think that going back to Elzar and Avar, I think that love is also such an important thing to feel for her, for all of us to feel. Her loving Elzar or really allowing herself to do it wholeheartedly and without fear was just such a fantastic part of Avar becoming who she really is.
And she's so selfless with it. Like when she sold her diadem for a family to eat in the occlusion
Yeah.
zone. Her last connection to the rest of the firebrands was able to feed people who she felt needed the food more than she did.
Yeah, because if I'm not mistaken, Elzar and Stellan gave that diadem to her when she became a knight or a master. I can't remember, but maybe I'm biased, but I truly think that Avar is the epitome of the Jedi. And also, I think Orla too, and Maddie, all these girls that we're talking about in the order.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. She really is such a lovely character, and I can't wait to see the final aspect of her story unfold this next year.
Me too. That last adult novel, I'm already ready for it. But we're at the 15-minute mark, but the last woman of the High Republic era that we wanted to feature is one of actually the newest additions to this era. So Osha, or Varosha Oniseya from the Acolyte.
Yes, so Osha as a character is just really fresh in a lot of our minds after watching The Acolyte, and we wanted to be sure to highlight her today. So, just kind of giving everyone a little bit of a brief overview of who she was, kind of like summarizing it. Osha was born to a coven of witches on Brendok as a twin or one half of a life form manifested by the Force. This single fact was the catalyst for the course of her entire life. Her mothers and coven met a tragic end because of the revelation of like who she and May were and how they were created. So,
Yeah, I even after that finale, I'm still thinking I'm still thinking about how that could have happened, but I want to kind of go back excuse me, to the beginning of Osha's life, but throughout it, I feel like she was really striving to be herself, even as young as 8 years old. And she knew that she didn't want to ascend into the coven, but she wanted to be a Jedi, and that this dream was tainted by the circumstances that brought her into the order.
yeah, and then eventually she learns the truth of those circumstances and ends up choosing to embrace her emotions and chart her own course. She chooses what she wants, which is, I think, one of the things I love most about her.
Yeah, because it's so important, and it's a really really wonderful thing to see on screen as a woman in the Star Wars fandom. I love that we have characters like her to look to and look up at in Star Wars. To me, I think that she's a really compelling mix of Ahsoka and Asajj, especially after this newest season of The Bad Batch and Orla. But not to compare them, but it's to highlight that these characters' journeys are beautiful in all their complexities and in all of their triumphs and even their tragedies, I think.
Yeah, and I admire her strength so much. And I know she's chosen to walk a darker path for the moment, but it's the core of her, the pushing through in such an emotionally adverse situation and coming out where she feels she should be that I find inspiring.
Yeah. Yeah, and she really kept her agency throughout, I think, which is not always the case for certain female characters, particularly ones in a situation like hers, I think. But I do really, really feel like every choice that Osha made was hers.
It was a really great story to watch unfold, and the ending just gave me goosebumps. And it like just I'm just
Yeah.
thinking about it gives me goosebumps again. Like
Mhm.
the sun was literally setting on that part of her life, and we're gonna see
Yeah.
more to come. I'm so excited.
Hopefully so. I know we're crossing our fingers. I'll miss the Acolyte for now, but I know our time with the High Republic characters isn't over yet. But there's already so many of us to love already, which kind of leads into the question that we have for each other. But who is your favorite High Republic Jedi?
Oh
And
my
we'll stick
gosh.
with it being a girl or femme presenting.
Yes, yes. Oh man. Well, it's got to be Orla. It's got to be Orla.
Really, I'm not surprised. You have said that before, I think.
Yeah,
Why
she comes
Orla?
just for all the reasons that I listed. But
Yeah.
I feel like if I was a Jedi, I
Yeah.
would want to go hang out with her. Like I would, if
Yeah.
I'd be like, you know what, I really want to see what this way seeking thing is about because Orla's so cool. Or I just a random person that Orla helps. I would love
Yeah.
Orla to run into me in the street somewhere. If I was a bookshop owner in some backwater planet, she
Yeah.
would come in and we'd get to have a nice conversation.
She does feel like one of those people that enter your life for a very specific reason, but then you never see them again, especially if
Yeah.
you're outside of the Jedi, but they were there and they made an impact. And I
Yeah.
love that about her. I think for me, you probably know this, and people who might be watching who know us might know this, but I love Jorah Mali, who is Reed Silas's first master. I just adore her, and I adore her aspect and her thoughts regarding the Force. I love her regalness and her the way that she presents herself. I don't know. There's just this aspect of her where I'm like, I need to be more like Jorah Mali, and how she's so unafraid to jump into a ship and fight the Nihil and yeah, I just one of the reason why I love her is because this one scene she literally just says, "The Force is just the Force," and I love viewing it that way because that is true. It's like there's
It
this
is.
yeah. Sometimes I feel like there's this aspect or way of that certain characters make this Force feel like it's some supernatural being or something like that. But Jorah just kind of hits the nail on the head and it's like it's literally just the Force.
Yeah.
So we end all of our episodes like this where we kind of have a guest. We're treating the audience like a guest, but I want to ask you, Linz, if you could shadow any High Republic character, who would it be?
Oh man. Oh gosh. Probably I think I'm gonna say Elzar. Today I'm gonna say Elzar.
He's a good one.
I just wanna see how he like goes through his tinkering process, like with his like, you
Yeah.
know, prototypes and stuff, or Avon. Or both together. I'm gonna say two
yeah.
now. I would
You
like
can
to
say Avon
sit.
and
I would like to sit in whatever lab they work in together and just watch them and watch them banter back and forth. I would love that.
that would be a good duo.
But what about you?
Well, I would love I think I've said this before, but I'll reuse it. But I would absolutely love to shadow Torben Buck, so Buckets of Blood, and you did too, so I'll do too, and Cantum Psy, but the two of them together, I feel like would just absolutely be one of the
Yes.
best duos to shadow. But what were we gonna say? Go ahead.
Was it you gonna go like sit in the kitchen and watch them bake?
Yeah. Yes, I think so. Oh, I just also loved the little hint that we got of how Buckets is with the Padawans in Tales of Light and Life, and how he was talking to Ram and made the surprise party kind of into this little lesson that he could learn from. And Cantum is just such a good master to, oh gosh, Zine. I always get their names mixed up, but
You're not the only one.
But Cantum is just a lovely, lovely person, and the story that he tells Comac in Midnight that they tell Comac is just such a beautiful, beautiful thing. And yeah, they're one of my favorite Jedi, I think, and so is Buckets. The fact that he even has that name, but yeah. I think that's all that we have. We listed all of the 4 Jedi that we wanted to highlight, and
Well, if our audience, if there's anyone out there in the audience that wants to just shout out who they would want to shadow for the
yeah. But that is all for us. Thank you so much for having us. You can follow us at Stardust Records, just without the O. You can find us on Twitter and Instagram. But thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. I accidentally put myself in the stream. I did not mean to do that.
That's totally
was
okay.
just
we
restarting my
welcome
camera.
you. We welcome
thank
you.
Yes,
Welcome.
thank you for having us, Candace. This was really, really great.
No, yeah. And we have now a special message from Sky Talkers that they wanted to be here, but it was very last minute. I appreciate together with what they could. But yeah, I'm going to play that now. Thank you.
Thank
Hi,
you.
everyone. It's Caitlin and Charlotte from Sky Talkers, and we are so sorry that we cannot be on the Acolytes for Equality live stream today, but we are here to put in a little voice message because we are so excited to be a small part of this great cause, Acolytes for Equality, supporting the Equality Now nonprofit, and we think it is such an incredible cause. So we are really happy to be a part of it and are excited to catch up on the live stream when we can. And we wanted to send in, we actually just finished recording our final breakdown episode of The Acolyte, episode 8, entitled The Acolyte. So it is perfect timing to come and talk about our favorite moments from The Acolyte. And this was truly an incredible season. And we are just over the moon about it.
Absolutely. I would say, because it's top of mind, my favorite moment is the last shot between Chimere and Osha and the handhold looking out over the sea. I mean, there's nothing better.
there's literally nothing better. I was almost wondering if we should just talk about what our favorite Chimere and Osha moments are, if you could only pick one. Would you pick the ending scene?
I think so. I think it's super representative, metaphorical, analytical, all of those things, all wrapped up in one. And I feel like it really gave me a taste of the future. Hopefully we get a season 2, but it was interesting to feel hopeful about 2 people who are now firmly on the dark side, and to understand Osha's own freedom and just to experience that moment. I think it's so great. I would also say I love I can't believe we got this the shot of Chimere undressing and then going for a little dip in the little pond.
Just a little swim.
A little swim. So I feel like that's also a favorite moment.
Yeah.
The trying on the helmet was also pretty awesome.
Now you're just listing.
I'm just listening. I'm going through it all.
Just going down the line. I think I'm with you. I think this season culminating in them being on the ocean, in front of the ocean, in this, power stance together, holding hands through the lightsaber, the thumb action of it all that we saw throughout episode 8, it really feels like they're ready to take on the world and they're going to do it together. And yeah, I think that is my favorite. I will say I really love the scene where Osha pushes them up against the wall with the lightsaber. That was when episode 6 came out. I feel like that was the scene I kept replaying, the gifs I kept favoriting and bookmarking the most on Twitter. And the edits, they've just been so good. But I think this relationship has just been such a highlight of the Acolyte, in addition to everything else that the show has been doing. And I think, honestly, I was surprised with how much we got from the 2 of them in the finale, because I kind of thought that it might be saved for the next season, right? The next season that we're totally getting. So it was so validating, made it so much more enjoyable, honestly, to really have it confirmed that they were moving on this next part of their journey together. And it was set up in a way that wholly made them feel like equals.
Absolutely. So good.
And I hope everyone is having a good time in the live stream. Like I said, we can't wait to catch up on it. And if you haven't donated yet to Equality Now through Acolytes for Equality, I'm sure there is a link somewhere on the video that you're watching right now. And you should absolutely, if you are able to, donate or share the link and share the live stream and the excellent fundraiser that is going on right now. Thank you guys so much. And we'll see you later. May the force be with you.
May the force be with you.
Hey, we're here. We're here.
We are here. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
All right, excellent.
You can hear me.
I
Awesome.
can.
Hey, everybody. We're super excited to be here. I am Mike, and with me is my co-host, the illustrious Joe Hogan.
I mean, I don't know if I quite deserve that title. Mike, is this the first time you and I are ever actually seeing each other face to face too? This is a first for us.
We do not usually do video. We are usually just audio guys, but you guys are going to be subjected to our faces while we talk about some Acolyte stuff here on the Acolytes for Equality live stream. We're super excited to be here. Thank you so much, Candace, for inviting us to join in with this. And thank you, everybody who's hanging out in the live stream right now and everybody who's been donating. You can find the link to donate if you're just joining us now down in the description of this video. So head over to the GoFundMe, donate. And there's also a raffle. There's a link for the raffle as well. So you have until 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to donate for the raffle tonight. Oh wow! And Candace just posted. We're at $2,364.
That's awesome.
Incredible. I think the goal that we're talking about today is to get it up to 3K. So if you're just joining us, jump in there. Every bit helps, right? $5, $10, whatever. It all helps get towards that goal. But Joe, you and we are going to talk about the visual language of the Acolyte. And in order to do that, we're going to need some visual aids. So I'm going to bring up a slideshow now that I've got. So bear with me for a second because I am going to share a screen and I don't know what it's going to ask me to do first. So let's go ahead and grab. Here we go. And we are going to share. And I don't know if there we go. Perfect.
You are a tech master.
Yeah, a little bit of teamwork going on behind the scenes. But so we're going to talk about the visual language of the Acolyte. And let's just get right into it. So we're going to start with Osha as a character. Osha has, I think, the most costumes of any character in the show, but you know, we're not going to talk about the later stuff, mostly because I couldn't find great pictures of it. but StarWars.com has these really great sort of behind the scenes production stills of her costumes from earlier in the season, and I just wanted to talk really quickly about sort of the visual journey that she goes through as a character. When we first see her, she's in sort of these her mech neck outfit, right? And she's much more I think we've talked about this on Forced Perspectives as well. She's a little bit more in sort of that smuggler scoundrel color scheme that we're used to, with that forest green and the cream vest and all that. But when she joins the Jedi, they force her to wear this all white outfit, the civilian robes that she hates, which I thought was a really interesting choice because obviously when we start the series, we see her as a good guy, and by the end of the series, spoilers, I guess, by the end of the season, this first season, she's obviously gone through a pretty massive transformation, and her wardrobe reflects that, right? Her outfit from the final episode is definitely a far cry from these. But the thing that I found really interesting about it when I did a rewatch in the lead up to the finale was this idea that she protested before she even put on the civilian robes, right? And then we see that it's this all white thing, and it doesn't match. It doesn't match with her with her journey, with where she's at, right? So I think that was an intentional metaphor with the visual design that she would be in that. And then obviously by the end of the season, we see May in this same outfit. She ends up taking it on, and she sort of has her when she has her memory wiped and everything. There's a little bit of a rebirth that's going on there. That the outfit makes a little bit more sense. But I don't. Joe, do you have anything to add about Osha's outfit here at the beginning of the season?
Yeah, I mean, I think what's cool about the show as a whole, I mean, you and I have talked about it on Forced Perspectives. I know this didn't come from us. I'm pretty sure you had found it either on Twitter or one of the other many amazing podcasts out there. The imagery of the eclipse throughout the show, right? The eclipse is ever present. It's part of the ascension ceremony. But at the same time, you know, I'm not going to articulate it well. I'm sure you will articulate it better, as you did on First Perspectives. But it's always cool that, you know, during the eclipse, the phases mirror, right? The phases of the moon eclipsing, you know, being eclipsed by the sun. It's a mirror image. And we have those two characters mirroring each other rather, and kind of flipping sides. I think that's such a cool thing that it's just a motif throughout this season. I almost said series. I really hope that it's not just this one season, right? Like we want more of the show. But yeah, I've always really loved that, and I love that it's such like a deliberate thing that those two characters flip their outfits. It's so like chef's kiss.
Yeah. Speaking of, let's jump over to May. So look, for me, this is one of the best designs in the entire series so far, and we actually like she's wearing it for about half of the season, right? But especially like with the cloak, with that, and I love this shot that they posted on StarWars.com of it sort of like billowing behind her, but with that beautiful purple. There's so much of that sort of that rich color throughout the entire series, and it's used so well here with May with her character design, and obviously it's when we get a little bit further into this, we'll look at Mother Anastaea's outfit, and it obviously mirrors that, but then with this sort of like this assassin combat component to it with the chainmail and the metal chest plate and all of that. One of the things that really stands out to me in this series as a whole, with the production design and the costume design and the art direction in general, is the choices of color, right? They're all intentional. There's no mistakes here. But the color is so vibrant, even in the episodes that are, I would say, more muted, like the 6th episode. We're spending a lot of time with Osha and Chimere. It's still the color palettes are still super, super clear, and they're always communicating something to us, right? So with May here in the purple and mostly like black and sort of like these very dark colors, it's immediately communicating to us something about her character, and that to me is like that's A+ Star Wars, right? It reminds me a lot of obviously Luke in the black robes at the beginning of Return of the Jedi, which instantly communicates to us that something is different about Luke in this movie than in the previous two, right? And because we have May and Osha being identical twins, I think that visual language is even more important in order for us to distinguish the two of them. This costume design is just brilliant. It's just amazing. But let's move on to the contrast of this.
Real quick though. I mean, I feel like it needs to be. I mean, I don't know if it needs to be pointed out so much as it's an observation on my part. Leslie Headland is a huge fan of Knights of the Old Republic, right? Mm-hmm. When I see this, this feels so influenced by Darth Revan to me. I don't know if you feel the same way, but like the chest armor, the little skirt, the gauntlets, the like, if you gave her Chimere's helmet, it would feel like Darth Revan. Like it's just like such an awesome homage. I mean, again, like I don't know if it was deliberate or not, and I'm sure I'm not the first person to have felt that way, but looking at, because you had sent me the slideshow a little earlier just to like look, get familiar with it. But man, every time I look at this, it's so nice when Star Wars is created by other Star Wars fans, because you can see like the parts of Star Wars that they love are always, there's always love letters to it. And I know Leslie is no stranger to like the hardcore EU stuff. Like just the fact that we got Cortosis in this story made me so happy. But I think I'm jumping the gun mentioning Cortosis. I'm sure it's probably going to come up real soon. But
no, I absolutely. I mean that one image of her in the cloak absolutely is evocative of Revan. Right down to I think even the color scheme is fairly similar, and
he has a purple lightsaber, right? So even though his robes aren't purple, he has that purple lightsaber. So even that is kind of like awesome.
Yeah, there's a lot there. I mean, it just immediately communicates to us that she is she is on the dark side. She is a dark side aligned character. What exactly that means, obviously, is the mystery, right? But Let's flip over to the light side. Let's go to the Jedi. So as I said before, one of the awesome things about the production design in this series was how clear the color palettes were. And when we look at these 4 examples of the Jedi, and the great thing is that each of these characters actually has multiple costumes as well to choose from. But when you look across this, the continuity of the color palette is so clear, and it automatically allows us to know who's aligned with who, and so that's where when we see Osha in the all white civilian robes, it's meant to align her with these High Republic Jedi, right? The other part about the Jedi designs that I love is taking obviously what we're super familiar with in the prequels and just plussing all of it. And a lot of this comes from the comics. It comes from the visual development that was done in the lead up to the High Republic, so that all of the cover art and everything would have that continuity throughout it. But translating it to live action to the screen, I think that they absolutely nailed it. And then the final thing that I want to note is the individuality in everybody's robes. And there's a bit of storytelling that goes into that as well, because everybody has little bits of flair. It doesn't matter if you're talking about a Padawan up to the masters, but what you notice is that the masters have kind of the most. Like you look at Indara here, and obviously her tunic is wildly different from anybody else's, right? And Soul, he's got like his temple robes on in this image, but when we see his mission robes, which are the darker brown ones, like the ones that Jeki has on here, there's actually quite a bit different about his mission robes than everybody else's mission robes that's on the mission, right? All the red shirt Jedi that don't have names that we all know aren't going to make it through the next episode. They're all in essentially the same outfit, but even there you can look and like their belt buckles are different. Some of them have little individual things. They have different cuts of boots. Like they're just these slight little differences with all of them, which speaks to the individuality of the Jedi Order, and that although they're this institution, there's also like an individual Jedi represented within it, right? Which I think speaks to the themes of the Jedi in the story. Is that like they all have their uniforms, they all look like they're playing on the same team, but there are these instances where there's a little bit more independence and there's a little bit more agency, and we see that obviously as with characters who have names are going to have a little bit more agency than the ones that don't. But it just communicates to us. It's super clear. Hey, those guys are in the background. These guys are in the foreground. But I want to move on because let's get into what I think is one of the best designs in the entire series when we go to the dark side. So here I've included Mother NSA in this. I know it might be controversial, some people's opinions, whether or not we would count her as a dark side character. I do consider the witches to be dark side, although not Sith. They are dark side aligned. Obviously, all the witches were amazing, but I think that Mother Anastasia stands out as just such a beautiful piece of costume design. And the detail on this, if you haven't, there's an article on StarWars.com that goes into depth on all this stuff. And if you haven't checked it out yet, I highly suggest you go check that out. And you get a little bit of the background on all of this. But let's talk about the man of the hour. Let's talk about the real star of the show, and that's Manny Jacinto's biceps. Obviously,
yeah, right, both stars.
Yeah,
the show.
Yeah, featured via Chimere / The Stranger. Man, this is the biggest undertaking I think for anybody who's coming in to design something with Star Wars, and that's what is probably the most iconic visual in Star Wars. It's Darth Vader's helmet, right? Like it's on every lunchbox. It's the Lego figures, like it's everywhere. It's on the action figure packaging half of the time. Vader is so iconic. That helmet is so iconic. And so every time that we have to come up with a new, Vader-ish helmet, it's like some of them absolutely hit the mark. I think that Kylo Ren, he absolutely does. But sometimes, in some of the expanded universe stuff, those Sith helmets and apparatus and stuff like that, sometimes they just feel copycat-ish, right? But here with Chimere's helmet, with the Cortosis helmet, this is instantly recognizable as evoking that imagery of Vader or Kylo Ren, even Darth Maul to a certain degree, even a little bit of General Grievous as well. But it's also like completely unique, and then when we see it like in action, it takes on this personality, right? And like that smile on it is just it's so incredible. And like I have fallen in love with this character both because of the performance and the writing, but also this design. Like I didn't think that I could like a Sith helmet more than Darth Vader's helmet. Like I always kind of measure everything against that. But Chimere has like catapulted himself to the top of my Star Wars bad guy list. And the visual look of him is a big part of that. And then obviously when the cloak comes off, and we see his robes with the sort of like like hakama pants, right? Like that, the very like sort of samurai pants, and all of that. Like there's just the silhouette that this cuts, and I love like the X on the back, like the two metal pieces that are just sort of a little bit of added design on the back. It's all so great. I love it. I love the roughness of the Cortosis, sort of paired against the very, very clean lines of the robes. Like his robes are like, listen, Yord wishes he could get his robes pressed that nicely. Like even after fighting everybody and killing most of those Jedi, Chimere's still looking pressed and very, very fresh, very clean underneath that cloak. And like I love it. And then he's got costume changes as well. And in those one of those costume changes is no costume, which I think we all enjoy. But and then he switches into like that more casual white robe sort of thing. It just like everything with this character, I think they nailed visually. But they were working from a pretty solid base with Manny Jacinto. I think you could have put him in just about anything, and everybody would have been happy. But I've talked a lot now about Chimere. Talk about Chimere, Joe, because I know you love it.
Yeah, I mean, the performance was terrifying, but the visual of this character is also just super, super terrifying, and the fact that I can't think of any other Sith that's ever like shown skin, right? Like other than like, Ben Solo has his face as Kylo Ren. Sometimes he fights without his helmet on. It's just like, I don't know. It's just like a weird, creepy, hulking, scary monster mess. Something that I actually really appreciated from the article that we grabbed all of these costume photos from is they were talking about before the reveal that Chimere and the Stranger are the same character. What's really neat is when Chimere and May are kind of hiking through the jungle, Chimere's backpack is huge and it's deliberately oversized so that when you see it later, it's like, oh, he has the helmet and his other outfit in there.
Yeah.
So it's funny you were making the joke before that, like Yord wishes he could get like, just like a clean. His outfit is in the backpack. Yeah. So like, meanwhile, when I pack my clothes, it's a mess. It's a wrinkled mess. I don't know how use the dark side of the Force is a pathway to many abilities some consider to be unnatural, and this is one of them, I think.
Sith secrets, right?
True.
Like they're just it's the seductive path. It's quicker and easier. You don't need an iron, apparently. You can just get it going. Let's jump into some of the broader stuff. So again, going back to the idea of the color palette, I just wanted to point this out. You can kind of see So the ones that I've got here, I've got Coruscant, and then we've got Brendok. I think it's Ueda in like just underneath the unknown planet, and which we think is Baldemnik, and then the Chimere's cave, right? But you can see how clear the visual language is here when you put these next to each other of the way that this has been color timed, right? Like I obviously Coruscant is in that golden glow. It's the High Republic. Gold is kind of the signifier of that, right? Throughout the newer comics and novels and everything, a lot of the imagery has been very like golden hued, very warm colors, very earth tone sort of centered. But then we see that Brendok is blue, right? And if you go back, you look at everything like across the board, it is, with the exception of the tree. Those shots with the big willow tree are obviously the tree itself is gold, right? But there's actually a lot of the gold and the blue playing against each other, because on the color wheel they're on opposites, right? So they complement each other really well, but they also have a little bit of that conflict. But the thing that I found really interesting when I put these images together today was that the unknown planet, Baldemnik, is very neutral. Like in terms of color timing, it's super neutral. Like it's not cold or warm. Like it's just the colors are very straight. And so that's, I think, a very obvious, like it's an intentional choice again from the creatives working on the show in order to communicate something to us, which is that like this is, even though it's Chimere's base, it's still, and there's a lot of darkness, there's a lot of shadows, and there's a lot of gray and black. It's still one of the comments here from the live stream, Darkrai Newman, it's a balance point, and like I agree with that, right? Like it's
perfect.
It very much is. There you go, it just popped up. So yeah, even down to this stuff, like the production design is just so on point. And then just right before we finish up, I just wanted to talk about the starship design. There's not a lot of great examples online of these starships, although they are incredible. Seeing a Vector on screen for the first time, other than in Young Jedi Adventures, is very, very exciting. I love that design. The Vector Starfighter is a very, very cool design. But these newer ships, there's so many great things going on. Obviously, May's ship there in the center, having a lot of Sith Interceptor, all right, a lot like Darth Maul's ship from the Phantom Menace. Like there's a lot of that vibe going into that one. But I found it really interesting how different the Jedi ships were from each other, but just really from anything that we've seen in Star Wars. Even very different from the prequel stuff. I found that really, really interesting. There's a little bit of continuity into the Old Republic, like the prequel era, but not a lot. There's some continuity because of the Art Deco sort of design aesthetic that's in there, and the being sort of like very bulbous types of ships. But by the time that we get to the prequels, we're actually way closer to those Rebellion era ships. So the Republic ships themselves are much more evocative of things like the Corellian Corvette, or the frigates and stuff like that within the Rebellion, right? And then obviously that moves into like Star Destroyers and stuff like that as the Republic moves towards the Empire. But I found it really interesting that we didn't really see a lot of that sort of thing in the ship design in this series. They kept it very distinct for all of these ships. And then I also love the nature of like the fact that the front of the ship like separates from the back of the ship, like very hyperspace ring-esque, but then also that there's apparently a mini starfighter inside that ship that pops out. Like just it's a play set, right? Like that's so like action figure-y. So yeah, I really love all of these designs. I'm crossing my fingers and I'm begging and I'm pleading. Please give us an art of the Acolyte book so that I can pour over this stuff and get all of the behind the scenes thoughts and rationale behind it. And then, we can wildly speculate about season 2 based off of that stuff. But yeah. And then the one piece that I didn't get in here because I didn't think we'd have time, it would be a whole half hour by itself, is the lightsabers. Because I love the lightsaber designs in this series. But yeah, we would have gone off on a whole thing if we had started talking about lightsabers. But that's everything that I have for my little slideshow presentation here. But Joe, was there anything you wanted to say before we wrap it up here?
I mean, we're talking about the visual language of the show, right? I feel like even if it is an obvious thing to point out, I appreciate so much just the amount of care that went into making this feel like it really did take place 100 years before the prequels, right? Because we have, if you go back one slide, are you able to do that? If we go back to the
should be able to
the last slide, looking at Coruscant and seeing how the Jedi Temple is there and enormous, but like everything else is just so much smaller. Like it hasn't kind of caught up to it yet. I love that there's so many details like that. Even the Jedi Order insignia is like similar but different, and like even looks like, oh yeah, this does look like an older design where the newer one is a little bit like sleeker, which in my mind means that it's canon now that graphic designers exist in the Star Wars galaxy.
Yeah.
And somebody hired a graphic designer to redesign the Jedi logo, but for the prequels happened. But like just like so many things like this, even you pointed out the Jedi robes. The Jedi robes are a lot more regal and then just like simpler by the time we get to the prequels. And George obviously was very, very insistent on doing that from the original trilogy to the prequel trilogy. And it's just fun to like go and look at all of these types of similarities and following the same types of the train of thought to kind of do the same kind of thing again. And it just works so well. Like the show is so beautifully executed, both like the writing, the acting, but like just the visual language of the show is so like just successful and like spot on. It just conveys everything that it needs to convey. It's so clean. The show's so good. Please give us a season 2.
Please give us
begging you, please.
Yeah, awesome. Well, that's it for our time on the stream. As I said at the beginning, hey, check out the links below in the description and donate. And don't forget to enter the raffle because there's some really, really cool prizes for the raffle. And if you enjoyed me talking over Joe, we do this pretty much every week over on Force Perspectives. You can find us on Twitter and Instagram at Force POV. And obviously, we're on all the podcast services as Force Perspectives. So we hope that you guys will check us out. And thank you again to Geeky Waffle and Candace and everybody who put this together and invited us to be a part of it. We had an awesome time. So thank you, everybody, for hanging out with us. And I guess may the Force be with you, right?
May the Force be with you all.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Hey guys, this is Molly and Alex from Star Wars Explained. We're really sorry we couldn't make the live stream, but we very much enjoyed The Acolyte.
Yeah, I really loved seeing the High Republic in live action on screen in this way. Really enjoyed the tragedy of Soul's character. Enjoyed it is a weird word. It was fun to watch how sad his story ended. But
we're still reeling.
I know. Yeah, still recovering. But I did find that story to be really engaging. I loved the mystery aspect of it. Of course, the fights. Those were incredible.
Yeah, the choreography was really outstanding. I just loved the whole story in general. The idea of figuring out how someone does get seduced by the dark side was really intriguing to me. And not just the story of this show, but kind of the presence and the attitude around it going into watching it every night, just being on Twitter, scrolling through everyone's excitement and then all their thoughts after each episode was really, really fun. So I feel like the community really came together to enjoy this show.
I can't tell you how much validation I felt as someone who knew from Yord's description I think like a year ago at Star Wars Celebration. I can't remember when we first learned that like Yord is a rule follower, but I was like, he's my guy. I know I'm gonna love him. And the fact that so many people rallied around him, that there became a Yord horde, was a lot of fun. Yeah, the community was great. Honestly, talking about the show with friends has been a real highlight of the past 7 weeks.
Speaking of community, we hope you guys are having a blast on the live stream and getting a ton of donations.
We love the group that's behind Acolytes for Equality. We wish we could be there with you hanging out, because I know you're having a lot of fun, but we wanted to send our support regardless.
Okay. Thank you, Alex and Molly, and thank you, Joe and Michael. We're having so much fun on this live stream. And it's going to get a little crazy because right now we are playing Kiss, Marry, Airlock. And
Did I get therapy?
Yeah, but y'all, this is not Waffles After Dark.
No.
It's 7 p.m. for charity.
I will
On
be
a live
hangry.
stream.
If you want to hear this not redacted, be sure to subscribe to our Patreon to hear the Waffles After Dark episodes where we are allowed to say all manner of depraved things at
And
not
they
7
do.
p.m.
We do. But
No one
since
told
we
me
are
I have
trying
to be good. I was not
We're-
aware.
We're trying to make money for charity, y'all. Like, don't want to get demonetized.
We could be like PG-13.
Can't be
Yeah.
R-rated or sometimes X-rated. We can't do that.
Can we do like the innuendos like the Acolyte did, where it's subliminally there, you know what we're talking about?
Yeah. Innuendos? Great.
We can swear like on the Good Place because it's adjacent. So
Yes.
just there you go.
That's a good principle
Lots
to
of
have.
forking.
Okay. So RZ put this list together for me because we put this stream together in like 9 days. And I was a little busy today. So RZ put together a few all the Acolyte characters which are of age, and a little High Republic. Just for fun. Just a
With
couple.
an extremely predictable High Republic list.
Yeah.
I was expecting that.
Stellan is in there.
Stellan's in there. Marcia's
RZ,
in
show
there.
your shirt. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dressed appropriately for the occasion.
I love that.
Okay. So I'm going to just pick randomly with our random picker. And here we go. It is
boy.
Yord, Avar, and Adara.
Oh. Okay. I think I know what I'm gonna do.
Okay,
Okay,
kick us
Maggie,
off.
go for it.
I'm gonna push Avar out the airlock.
Wow.
I'm gonna kiss Andara and marry Yord because I think I can fix that man.
Who's gonna fix these steaming robes?
Oh, that's
You will
fine.
never have to iron your clothes again.
I know.
That's great. No, I'm just saying I can fix his personality. I can make him less of a type A personality.
Less of a himbo. Make him a little bit more aware.
Bring him back into the real world. Yes.
Oh, Roberto.
Alberto knows us. He knows us. We are
He's
trouble.
already worried.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not even in this stream, but he's concerned about his reputation.
That's
just
right.
being affiliated with us.
I'm torn. I know I want to marry Yord for ironing clothes related reasons. And also just because, good looking. But I'm torn about who I want to throw out of the airlock.
Wow.
I feel like I would
throw
kiss
Indara
Avar
out.
and throw Indara out of the airlock.
Yeah, Indara got a little messy.
Yeah.
She got
she got
I
messy.
think Avar and Dara would get like along. I think
they
both
would be
level
besties.
of mess.
Yeah, so one of them has to go.
Exactly.
I just feel like Avar is very open about her messiness, and Indara's like, I'm not messy. What are you talking about? And I just don't need that drop.
Exactly.
So I gotta
Indara.
I'm so sorry.
I think are we like generally like agreed? Marry Yord, kiss Avar, and Indara's in the airlock.
Maggie's is the other way around.
I'm
But
she's the opposite.
Avar,
yes.
yeah, okay.
With the Jedi,
Okay,
they're all
but
Jedi.
we're all
with
marrying
with the
Yord.
ladies.
Yeah, we'll marry you.
Yeah.
We'll fix that guy.
Right.
Yeah, I
Rachel?
love Carrie Ann Moss. So
Yeah. Yeah, mine's the exact same as Maggie's, but my reasoning for marrying Yord is I'm smart and I recognize that I'm smart, but sometimes I don't like I say some things and I'm like, wait, that's wrong. I need to feel smarter than this in this case. Not all the time, but in this case, I would need to feel smarter. So I'm marrying Yord.
I love that.
Yeah. Okay, are you guys ready for our next three?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Mother Coral.
Oh.
Kmir,
Chimere.
and
Chimere.
Chimere. I keep like wanting to say it how it's spelled, but
like
Kylo,
like Kylo,
they.
You're never gonna say it right again now.
Chimere, and Torben, but like older Torben and his like little like
airline that's back here.
Okay.
He's getting airline.
I'm ready.
I'm ready. Yeah.
I'm ready.
I think we're going to be in agreement here.
He's going out the airlock. I'm marrying Chimere, and I'm going to be honest. The second you said Chimere, I forgot who the first person was. So
Coral.
I'm going to kiss them.
It was Mother Coral.
Well, I'll
Mother
kiss
Coral.
her gladly.
She's pretty.
I think I'm in agreement with you, Arzu. That's yeah. We're all going to be the strangers' wives.
Oh.
I agree.
Yeah. I would.
You're just going to kiss Chimere, Britt? Don't you want to marry him? So
you can marry him and kiss him all the time.
Are you going to marry, kiss, or airlock me? Yeah, that's.
Oh yeah, wait. I might be the outlier. I'm airlocking
Coral. I would airlock Coral
because Torben. Listen, he was a kid. Imagine if that little kid who almost got killed during or who did get killed during Order 66. It was like Master Annie did that stuff.
Master Annie
did that stuff. You would like understand his deal. So Torben with the bad hairline who like resigned himself to a life of silence. Give him a smooch.
Yeah, but think about this. The good point is like you can see him but not have to hear him. So, you know.
You see him with his bad hairline. He's back here when they made
my god.
Get some Rogaine.
Oh, they don't have hair systems.
Hair systems, yeah, there you go.
Brett brings up a good point that Chimere might not be like trusted enough to stay married to.
I will keep him alive. If he's trying to yeet himself into the world between worlds after one kiss, I'm not letting him go.
I don't know. I think he would be really good in a marriage.
Yeah.
One might be able to say that like the hands together was very like hand binding ish at the end of the you know. Just saying.
He can cook. He keeps himself clean.
Yeah, he takes the shots.
These baths.
Listen, the fact that he can cook and like bathes regularly puts him miles ahead about 90% of the men I've seen on Bumble. So that is husband material.
He knows how to do his hair. Like he's got his little pigtails.
Oh,
so true.
Okay, so this next one, I don't know. Well, I'm gonna see what y'all say.
Oh,
Kilnaka, Mother Anase, and Seeker.
Okay.
Skier
is out the airlock.
Oh, Skier, yeah.
Which let me get a little. Yeah.
I think I'm gonna marry Mother Anasea, and I'll kiss Kilnaka.
Yeah, I'm there with Maggie too.
I think I'm in the same. It's no shade to Skier, except that he kind of scares me a little.
He kind of scares me. I don't like reptile. I'll take furry man. I won't take reptilian looking man.
I also just know from like Disneyland that Wookiees give the best hugs.
They do.
I know. You would kiss him and he hug him.
Exactly. Like if I could get a little hug with my kiss, like that would be awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like this entire chat knows who I'm gonna say I'm gonna marry because it's Kilnaka.
Yeah, I know.
I love a hairy man. Famously, why are we taking chest hair off of dudes in movies?
Right,
They.
Yeah.
Preach.
Everything else I don't care about.
I'm also like
that's all I care about.
Rachel, I'm so here for the height difference between you and Kilnaka. Like
literally would be an armpit.
Oh my god.
Well, because you're so much shorter than I am, and Kilnaka's like a foot taller than I am.
Yeah.
An armpit. I'm like 5'3".
Michael, Michael brings up a good point. You don't want any hairballs.
I have a cat. It's fine.
I know.
They're
Do you
not
make
bad.
out with your cat?
No.
Yeah, like what are you doing with
No, but I'm saying
things?
they're not bad.
I like Scotty's
Those are
point about
really
like
bad
they're good
joke about
cuddlers
cuddling,
because
too.
we're saying kiss, but we know it's not really kiss. Like we know what it is.
It's
You know what
just,
I
a
mean?
kiss is just a kiss. No. Yeah.
It's not just a kiss here.
We never said where the kiss would be.
You're right, but I wasn't expecting that from you.
And we were worried about all of us, and in the end,
Exactly. And
And
who
it
brought-
swooped in with the dirtiest joke of them all.
I
After
just
telling
got
us all
it.
to be good.
How is that
Rachel,
dirty?
come
I do not understand. Like I don't get it. Like you must have a dirty mind.
Yeah, that's what.
Okay,
yeah,
here we go. We got OSHA. We have that red-headed Jedi teaching the Padawan saber
I
class.
forgot what his name was.
Oh my god.
I didn't even
A
know he
name.
had a name.
He has a name, I just
He
forgot
has a
what it was.
name.
Are you talking about the one that looks like super Scottish?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Guy from Game of Thrones.
Yes.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
It's like that guy
And-
who loved Brienne of Tarth.
And Martian Row.
Okay, so
Oh,
Mary
come on.
Martian Rowe.
Marianne Martian
Yes.
Rowe.
Yes.
What were the other choices?
OSHA.
OSHA.
You're so bad
And the
at
rest
this, aren't
has-
you?
I get distracted. OSHA and the redheaded guy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna kiss OSHA and throw the redheaded guy out of the airlock because I feel like I can't kiss a man if I don't know his name. So
Yeah, I'm on your side.
Ginger as
Arzu's never been clubbing.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
well,
I'm saying too much. I'm
from
saying way too much.
experience, I'm not doing that again. So people were running around.
that would
somebody
be
got
like-
arrested.
like
we're
Hope.
not doing that again.
Yeah,
No,
and
by the
Hope.
way.
That was about to be my life. I was about to throw a wrench in everyone's plan and marry the ginger.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna kiss the ginger. I am marrying OSHA. Martian Row. Bye bye.
I'll catch him. It's fine.
Yeah. Picture you like in Guardians of the Galaxy when they're frozen, just like out in space waiting to grab them.
That's exactly the vibe.
Yes.
Yes.
Y'all.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. This is just getting okay. This is repeating, so I have to just do it one more time.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have Orla from High
Germany.
Republic,
Yeah.
Elzar Man,
Oh.
and we got Soul.
Oh.
Oh.
Well, Soul doesn't listen to women, so maybe he'll just get a little smooch from me.
Yeah.
Because he got an order and he said, I'm not listening to her. So I'll just give him a little smooch because you can't really trust him.
Yeah.
And I don't care about either of those other people. So I'll just airlock them both. I don't know.
No, I would airlock Orla. I would marry Elsar and kiss Soul.
So I'm gonna throw a wrench in all of our plans. I am going to marry Soul. Hashtag daddy issues. And because, Qui-Gon Jinn still lives rent free. Yes, Rachel. I am going to kiss Elzar Man. And I'm so sorry, Orla. You're hidden space.
Hope brought up something great. We're $21 away from our goal of 25.
Guys!
Thank you, Scotty,
Hashtag
who
do it.
actually donated, and Chelsea and Lindsay and Trevor, all who donated within the last hour.
Thank you so much.
Equality now. We're getting there. We're getting there.
So I want to answer that one.
Yes.
I want to marry Soul because I just like Lee Jung Jae. So it's not anything to do with the story. I'm gonna, and the other two I'm kind of torn on. So I kind of want to kiss them both. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna kiss Elzar and I'm gonna airlock Orla because in the book she's dead already. So it's not personal. It's just canonical.
Y'all, we are $1
We are
away.
$1 away,
guys.
$1.
Hey.
Wait, let me see if I can do like the little. Come on. No, it was working yesterday.
Oh,
and I was.
you're the only one who can do these things, and I
with this.
hate it.
It's my Mac does it because it's.
I shut that off.
I
I
turned
don't
my
even know how to turn it on.
Okay, so
Anyway.
I would Airlock Soul, because he really ticks me off for not ever admitting he's wrong. That is just like some red flag behavior. I would kiss Elzara and marry Orla.
Oh, there you go.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, yub nub, y'all. Yub nub.
Yep, no.
Yep, no.
Okay, we are going to do our next one, which is May.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I think we already did these. Stellan.
Oh.
And Cormac.
McCarthy?
No, Comac from the Bugs.
Yeah.
Comac, yeah.
I was kidding.
I'm gonna marry
I would
Stellan.
marry.
We all know.
Yeah,
that.
marry Stellan. Because she deserves a little kiss. And then Cormac, I don't even know how to say your name. You're gone. I'm sorry.
Yeah, pretty much.
I agree.
I think I feel the same.
Yeah.
With my dirtbag energy, I agree.
Okay, we are over our goal now.
Yes.
Woo! Yes.
I'm gonna keep an eye on it now.
Wait, can I do this thing?
It's not. Why is it not refreshing?
That is not doesn't get it.
No.
It did something yesterday.
Oh.
Maggie, put us over.
Whoa.
Thank you.
Whoa.
There we go.
Okay. I was in a club. I was in a club again. I was gonna kiss a stranger.
She's
Okay.
in the club.
Okay. We are going next. We have you. Well, we already did Yord.
I
Senator.
think these are inevitably going to repeat, at least in part.
Yeah. Okay. We have Senator Raincourt. Kit Monday. I can't even say his name. I don't even know his birthday.
Fake fan.
And how about Morg? The Jedi who just let all the senators in.
Poor intern. So I am going to marry Senator Raincourt because I have loved David Harwood for a really long time. Anybody in the chat who watched Robin Hood, he was Friar Tuck back in like 2007. So I'm going to marry him, and I think I would make a good senator's wife. And he was like really putting down what I was picking up, and I think we would like enjoy long nights of like talking shit about the Jedi. So I think it's a match made in heaven.
Who's going at the airlock though?
Yeah, who's going at the airlock?
Yeah.
And who you kiss it?
Yeah,
I think Monday's going out of the airlock for me.
Mog.
I'll kiss Mog on the cheek.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, we never said where.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if I said I could be a senator's wife as I'm wearing a backwards baseball cap, tank top? Maggie's like, Rigo could be a politician's wife. Me, I'm like, I'll kiss him though.
So wait, who are you marrying then?
Monday, why not? He got a messed up birthday now. No one knows how old he is. I'll do it.
We love him.
Say one for the team, yeah.
I bet Monday is fun, Dean.
No, stop. We already discussed.
Okay, but isn't like in canon he's married? How many wives does he have?
A lot of wives because they have birth
that
rates.
takes the pressure off of me.
Exactly. You can do whatever
I want.
That's something the funny. Oh my gosh, the fact that Monday has like sister wives and yet Anakin wasn't allowed to marry
one.
I mean, here's the thing: if I marry him, I can go smooch and Han. I can smooch Hayden Christensen's Annie. I can be smooching all the boys, and no one can stop me because I'm a sister wife. He doesn't know what I'm
have
doing.
to help with the low birth rates on Monday's plan.
Yeah, you have to get pregnant though. That's the thing. Is the whole point of it.
Oh no, I don't want to have a conehead baby.
Oh God, that birth must be difficult.
No, well, they probably come out really easily.
Or
I know.
Do the forceps cause that? Is it coming?
How do they reproduce? That's
I have
also
a question
a good
about
question.
Star Wars birthing while we're on this.
Yes.
They're not good at it.
Why didn't the Force help? Like, why did Padme have to die? I know she died of a broken heart mid labor, but
somewhere Brit was just activated like the Winter Soldier.
Yes.
She's like, what about this?
What?
Anyways, I can just pretend like I'm going to give him children.
Hey, there's a really great pun in the chat that will torture Rachel.
We went through this literally yesterday.
It's the force steps. Tracy, I love you.
Tracy.
Oh my
Tracy
God.
is like, I've known her since we were 6.
Okay, well, I
Girl
love
Scout
her.
brownies.
Aw,
Girl Scout
nice.
brownies.
Can you not? Oh my God, that's Brit appeared on the chat.
She died of a broken heart. No, I think she died of complications due to child labor.
Speaking of which, Equality Now helps women with legal issues, which, you know, kind
Where
of
are you? How are you connecting this to a dead woman?
reproductive rights.
Yeah. Okay, well, that one works. Even though she'd be
it's connected. It's all there.
It's all there. Much like the threads that connect all of us.
Yes.
Nice.
So I'm we're gonna just do the Brendock.
Oh.
Well, the ones who are adults. So Sol, Kalnaka, and Indara.
We know who I'm marrying.
I think I'm gonna retain my choices from before: Mary, Sol, Kiss Kalaka, and Erlock and Dara.
Yeah, I'm with Darcy there.
I'm gonna marry Indara. She's the sanest of the 3, it seems.
Yeah, I think unfortunately I'm sending Kilnaka out the airlock into Rachel's.
My arms.
That's the Rachel's waiting
I will
arms.
stay him.
Arms or legs, whichever it may be.
9:30, Shania. 9:30. We're gonna do
right here on the stream.
Yes.
Yep. Bring me the hairy man. Soul, I'm sorry. I am part of the Soul Patrol, but you didn't listen to a lady, and look at what happened. So I'm gonna airlock
You didn't listen
you,
to anyone.
and I'm gonna give a little smooch to Trinity, and that's my list. But yeah, hairy men. I should specify what kind of.
Rachel's like, if you're hairy, call me up.
Like, look at like Glenn Powell's chest, and that's about what I'm going for. Not.
It's somewhere between Glenn Powell and Kilnaka.
Yeah. That's range.
That's the sweetest.
Oh my God.
Okay. My next one is Yord, Osha, and May.
Osha and May.
We're one person.
I know, right? It's like
Well, technically, Rachel, don't be that person. I know they say that, but I don't like that idea of them being like one person and they don't have their own identity and agency. That really bothers me, which isn't what actually is there. But
the power of
anyways, it's a 2-for-1 deal.
The power of one. Yeah.
The power of Benji.
Wow, Hope. May is so much better than Osha.
Hope,
Fighting
she's
words
like,
here.
She plant her flag.
Spicy take.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Okay, I haven't seen this take before. This is interesting. Osha is horrible. May is wonderful.
I mean, stream.
May, like episode 7 changed the way I feel about May so much, and just I feel for the girl.
Yeah.
So, but I'm still gonna airlock.
Yeah, May.
I feel
that's right.
Without the airlock.
Yeah, I feel terrible about it. I am kissing Osha, and I'm gonna marry Yord again. Nice steamed clothes every morning.
I know.
As a villain lover,
And
I
he
will
looks
be marrying Osha.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Get in that cave. Okay. That didn't
He would
sound
look
right.
nice with the shirt.
Well.
as well.
Well.
See, intuitive.
I'm gonna kiss Osha, still marry Yord, and sorry, May.
Sorry, May.
That's truly not personal.
Yeah.
Oh, Rachel Moorhall.
I'm marrying Yord still for same reason.
Himbo husband.
Himbo husband.
That's my husband.
Himbo husband. I'll kiss May for the vibe. She's been, or not May. Sorry, May. You're gone. I'll kiss Osha for the vibes.
Yeah.
She's got good
there. Yeah, I would marry Jord as well. He looks nice without the shirt.
It's true.
Okay, you know what? I'm interested to put this group mostly just for Rachel. Kolnaka, Chimere, and Sol.
I don't think it matters what the third choice is. Rachel's marrying Kelnaka.
Oh my Chimere?
Did you see that chest? It's as smooth as a baby. I can't be dealing with that. I don't like a waxed chest. Literally, I have a whole article about Marvel's vendetta against chest hair for a reason. I don't like smooth chests are fine. Whatever. He's hot. We could have a nice little makeout, and I would love it. I'm
Is
marrying
this yours?
Kelnaka.
You would
Are you
like
kissing
that.
Chimere?
Yes.
Okay,
Soul
and like
doesn't listen to women. He's always going in the airlock.
all about the Wookiee life. She's
Yeah.
I'm
she's
gonna
like
marry
moving to
Chimere.
Yeah, same.
In this case.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I need
same.
to decide who to kiss.
Yeah.
I know.
It's truly a toss-up. I'm like,
I know.
I think I might.
I don't.
You can be my sister wives and kiss my husband.
Yeah,
I
you
almost think I might airlock Kelnaka and kiss Soul.
Yeah.
I think
I
that's where I'm at.
I'm there.
become Rachel's sister wife.
Thank you.
Cool.
Shared with you.
But I am marrying Chimere.
Here.
I'm also marrying Osha. We'll be a happy little triad. You've heard of a dyad? Wait until you've heard of a triad.
A triad.
Can I marry Jason Mendoza?
Sure.
I don't think that's how it works.
In the
Well, you can marry-
multiverse.
And the multiverse, like
You can marry Chimere and then also have the stranger because the Chimere is the Jason vibe.
That is true.
So does the stranger, that means he keeps his helmet on all the time?
No, it's just like who he truly is on the island, not who he was pretending to
wow,
be.
it's not a cult.
Yeah, like when he was pretending not to be.
He's not a Mandalorian.
It's not a
He
Mandalorian.
can, once we're married, he cannot keep that helmet on like constantly because it genuinely scares me.
I love the helmet. He can keep it on.
It's like
I'll wear it. A little sensory deprivation sounds like a fun time.
It genuinely.
Okay, it's getting waffles after dark.
Can get in touch with the force. Let it feel it flow through you.
Yeah.
Touch his lightsaber, you know. Little training.
BD Moore brings up a good point. He can keep the helmet on as long as those sleeves are off.
Once we're married, that man is never wearing sleeves again. I don't care how cold it is.
Yeah.
You're just gonna cut off the sleeves to all his outfits,
Yeah,
right?
You're
That's
crank
something
the
Jason would do.
You just crank the heat up.
But
This
yeah.
is very true.
Okay, we are gonna wrap it up on that note about the stranger's arms. We are Maggie helped push us over the edge. We are at $2,524.
Yes.
And yeah, I can't believe we're already here. We're only 2 hours into the stream. We still have
Yeah. Donate.
2.5 hours to go.
Yep.
Something like that.
We're on
3,000, y'all. Oh.
9:30 we will start raffling off the big prizes live, and yeah, make sure you enter the raffle. There is a doc in the show notes. And yeah, thank you Norhal, Rachel, and Maggie for joining us on, and also thank you for keeping it somewhat clean. I really appreciate it. I was surprised.
Yeah.
Let me
We
talk
kept
about
it clean.
It's the whole Wookiees After Dark with Rachel.
Yes.
Gosh, just let her loose.
Yeah.
None of us even need to be there. Just set Rachel loose for 25 minutes.
Yeah, just let her go.
It's called talking about Wookiees.
Yeah. I did it all for the Wookiee.
I did not.
I didn't hear her talking either, Meg.
Okay, yeah, I was like, I didn't hear talk. I heard something
else. Talking about Wookiees.
No, it definitely sounded like you said.
I did. I was referencing you talking you two to me.
I'm glad that Arzu and I had the same dirty brain.
I definitely heard something else. Candace is like never talking to any of these people again.
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm going to play a message from one of our friends, and the next is lipsticks and lightsabers. So, thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
What's good, y'all? My name is Andres Cabrera from YouTube channel First Cut, where I host my Star Wars show, Sabak the Block. Thank you so much to Candace for reaching out to me in order to talk about this amazing fundraiser. Acolytes for Change is an amazing opportunity for fans to come together in order to deliver real impact. Equality Now is a noteworthy organization with an important cause. Women here and around the world are losing rights and having to deal with more and more barriers being placed in front of them. Star Wars has always been about bringing people from all walks of life together in order to fight for justice. I feel like The Acolyte is a shining example of that because of its cast. The fact that a black woman is the lead in this show is immeasurable. Not to mention the rest of the incredible cast members like Manny Jacinto, Lee Jung-jae, and Charlie Bennett. Every single actor brings something new to the Star Wars universe, and I feel like that creates a more inviting community. So there's no better time than now to be a Star Wars fan and be a part of this community and join in with these causes and fundraisers. So thank you again to Candace for putting this together, and if you haven't done so already, make sure you give what you can, because I feel like creating the world you want to see is an important theme that every Star Wars fan can embrace.
Oh my gosh.
Hi,
Here we are.
everyone.
So we are Lipstick and Lightsabers. I am Shannon.
And I'm Alex.
If you haven't heard of us, haven't listened to us, we cover Star Wars and so much more. Marvel, basically any kind of femme gaze media. And classic Lipstick and Lightsabers fashion. We're going to sort some Acolyte characters into songs. We've done this many times.
This is very classic for us. We have done High School Musical, we've done Mamma Mia, we've done numerous Taylor Swift albums, but this time it's a little bit different because it's the entire era's catalog, like every Taylor Swift song imaginable. The other thing about it is Shannon and I do not tell each other our picks. So it's a surprise and it can be really funny when we match, and we also love audience participation. I'd love to hear what songs you think of with the characters.
Yes. Alex has been like really teasing, especially her Chimere pick, and I've been trying to guess all week. She already has an edit locked and loaded. So like if you haven't seen Alex's edits,
it's gonna be up tonight.
it's her magnum opus, which has had to be a secret because like I can't know about it. We did like our very first Acolyte episode. We do a Jedi Whodunit. It's her series. We sorted them into Tortured Poets department characters. So it was kind of exciting to like challenge us in like literally we used between the two of us, we used every single album.
Yes, we did.
Yes.
And it was funny, like you mentioned, when we did the Tortured Poets album before Acolyte came out, how right we were with some characters and how wrong we were with others. But now we know our characters well, so I feel like it'll be really good.
Yeah, and I love here in the chat already. So Scotty Holiday Star Wars said that Ocean Chimere on the beach was very lay all your love on me. That is on our playlist.
Yeah.
So yes, we are definitely ready for it. So I guess let's jump right in.
Yeah.
So our first character is May. We're gonna start with May. Alex, would you like to kick it off?
So for May, I chose a folklore song,
Oh,
and I
okay.
chose Mad Woman for her because it's a song about female rage.
Yeah.
And you know, it's like you made me that way, like all the things that happened to her made her angry.
That's a really good one. And I kind of feel like reviving. I did not choose folklore. I chose Evermore for May. And I actually picked right where you left me. I was kind of yeah, I was foreseeing, especially like at episode 3 where she goes back to the tree. Like I feel like she's just left in that state, especially no spoilers, but at the end of the show, like she's kind of back where she started. So I feel like it works.
Yeah, very good.
All right, so our next one is Tammy, I'm so sorry. Mine are all painful. You know this. Yes. All right, so our next one is Soul. And for Soul, I'm so proud of my Soul pick. Okay. This is actually, I came up with this like the second day. So it's a Speak Now song. And I chose Haunted.
That's a really good pick.
I was even like reading the lyrics. Like in our podcast, I said that him on Brendock was like his Harrenhal if you're watching House of the Dragon. And I just feel like it's so like something's gone terribly wrong. Like you're all I wanted. I felt like that is literally a soul song.
Yeah, that's a really, really good pick. I didn't choose. I chose Speak Now for someone else, not for Soul. I chose Lover for him, but the song specifically, The Archer, because it's a song about being really anxious in relationships. And I also really like the line, I've got 100 thrown out speeches I almost gave to you. It's like all the times he said he was going to tell Osha the truth and he didn't.
Little look forward. Do I still have it on here? No. Yes. I actually did use The Archer for somebody.
Ooh.
So I did use it for somebody else. And I want to call out on here. BD Moore said I'd choose Girl So Confusing by Charlie XCX for May and Osha. I get you. I got that. Yes. All right. So our next Vernestra, my Pookie. She did some bad things. Did you pick for Vernestra?
I chose a Speak Now song for Vernestra. I chose Castles Crumbling.
Alex, so did I.
Oh my gosh, this, guys, it always happens for like one character.
We get like one. She's one. Like I was immediately like, yes, Castles Crumbling. Man,
it's a song about like the golden one falling from grace. I wrote down the lyric. They used to cheer when they saw my face. Now I fear I have fallen from grace. And I think a lot of us High Republic readers know that she was like the golden child. She was 16. She was a child prodigy, basically. And now she's, covering up things and making some mistakes and not necessarily being that like child prodigy anymore.
Well, and I would even say too, like, just the imagery of like your castle's crumbling, like you're the ruler of this kingdom that's falling apart. Like listen, the Jedi are not in a good place right now. That institution is crumbling and she's kind of trying to hold it all together. I will give an honorable mention. I almost picked High Infidelity for her because she's lying. You know what I mean? I also love, so Arzu over here said, forget the tragedy of Plagueis the Wise, the tragedy of Vernestra. Yes, former gifted kid Vernestra. Gosh, she's still, listen, I love Vernestra because she is a fellow Arrow Ace girly. I will always love her. Is she doing some very bad things? Yes. And I'm also excited to see her do some more very bad things.
Yeah, hopefully we get a season 2 so we can see that conflict play out with Chimere.
Yes, we need to be louder.
Yes.
We have to
renew the Acolyte.
Yes, renew the Acolyte. Yes, Geeky Waffle, she's messy. We love the mess. I am not Marie Kondo. I love the mess. Yes. All right, so our fourth character is Jackie. R.I.P. Sweet baby girl. So Jackie, I picked a Fearless song, and I actually picked Fearless for Jackie.
I almost had this one for her.
Yeah,
I thought about it.
Especially when I was rewatching and like knowing that Daphne said that Jackie like has a little crush on May. Like I just feel like even just Fearless, the album as a whole, like really fits Jackie.
Very her. It's like this, I guess, like youngness. Like the album is like about being young and also just like diving headfirst into things.
It is. And I feel like, especially when you remember this was her first mission. Obviously it went really bad. But she like just really held her own. She goes right into things. And obviously, Jedi can't really have those attachments, but I think like that kind of first love, giving it your all kind of fits Jackie as well.
Yeah, I really like that. Maybe I should have chosen. I thought about it, but then I changed my mind. And Fearless is actually the only album that I'm missing.
Okay, I was wondering.
But for me, for Jackie, I actually stuck to my choice that I chose for her first time around before the series came out. I gave her Who's Afraid of Little Old Me because she just strike me as someone who seems very like calm, kind, and then really has like this energy, like this chaos about her fighting, and she's and that was proven in episode 5. Like she really did hold her own for a while.
No, you're so right. Like I definitely feel like Jackie is somebody it's just like you should be afraid. You like
Mhm.
and I mean, she dual wielded and held her own against the stranger.
Yeah, she
Like
really did. And
she
against
really
May.
did. Yeah, and against May. Like if it wasn't for his little sneaky dagger, I mean, she was
Sneaky
kind of
dagger.
she was doing so well. I really miss Jackie. Like
Yeah, I agree with the chat. I miss Jackie.
yeah, no, there was also a comment on here from BD Moore. It said rip Jackie, but I still love Chimera. It's complicated. No, yes. Like yes, exactly. It's very complicated. All right, so next up is Yord. Give it up for the Yord Horde.
Yes,
Alex,
the
what'd you
Yord
pick for Yord?
Horde. So this is a repeat of an album. He gets the folklore album, and I gave him This Is Me Trying.
Oh,
because the
hurts.
song is just it's about, like your wheels turning and you're going nowhere and you're trying so hard, and he just kind of like gets set aside all the time, like that one moment in episode 2 when he has a whole plan, and then Jackie was like, well, why don't we just do this? And it's like his plan is kind of just set aside, and he's like, I thought really hard about that. Like
that's so sad. We got folk Yord in here. Oh my gosh. That's so sad. You're so right though. Like he's just doing his best. He's trying so hard.
He decided to not like learn Shriwook and be different too.
Like he's just we talk about former gifted kid Vernestra. I feel like Yord is also a struggling former gifted kid.
Yeah.
So while Alex's choice was like very sentimental and heartfelt, mine's silly.
Okay.
I picked a silly song for Yord. So mine's from Red.
Okay.
Okay. Which when I think Red, I don't immediately think Yord. But I picked Girl at Home.
Okay. Explain.
Well, he left his Padawan at home. Don't look at me. You got a girl at home, and everybody knows.
You're not wrong.
I'm not wrong.
Well, she survived though. She's still alive.
Where is Tassie? Is she okay? Is she safe?
Will we see Tassie next season?
I don't know.
Will she have a new Who's her new master?
Who's her new master? Exactly. It better not be Mog. I will throw hands.
Mog
I don't think it would be.
Mog hasn't passed the trials yet.
I actually saw somebody tweet that May and Tassie should like be a ship. I'm like, okay.
I love crack ships when they never meet.
I do too. Like, are we ever gonna see Tassie again?
I don't know. I hope so. I liked her.
We do have such a fun comment here. Yord song, My Neck, My Back. You're right. You're not wrong there. Yeah, but I hope we get Tassie season 2. Yord left his girl at home. Like, he's going off to OSHA.
Friends of the Force says Mog is Plagueis.
Mog has Palpatine vibes. Is kind of what it is.
Like, that's young Palpatine.
It's young Palpatine. Young Palpatine was just like this nerd that we're like, no. If you listen to our next episode of, like, our final episode of our Jedi Whodunit series comes out on Monday, we do go off on a little bit of a Mog hate train. This is a Mog hate space, unfortunately. Just a little bit, Oh, we also have Moggus Plagueis. Could be the new Darth Jar Jar. I think it is. Yes. All right, so number 6, we've got Kalnaka. Now, okay, I still think my original choice for Kalnaka was like inspired. Okay, so I will give like a quick shout out. My original choice for him was Florida, which I still love.
It was very good.
It was very good.
You were on it.
Yes, I didn't want to repeat anybody, so I did come up with a new song. And it's 1989. I picked I Know Places.
Okay.
Because he knows places we can hide.
True. His little
crash site house on
Yes.
Kofar.
And like everybody's hunting him down. Everybody wants him. So it's like they are the hunters, we are the foxes, and we run.
When Kymir says everyone does seem to want you, it's actually
Exactly.
about Kalnaka.
It was actually about Kalnaka because they all wanted him. Who'd you pick for Kalnaka?
So he got a debut song. He got Should Have Said No.
Oh my god.
Should have said no, should have gone home.
He should have gone home. He should have thought twice before he let it all go. Like, he's the only blameless one from Brendock. You're so right.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, Debut is the one album I did not use.
Okay.
Did not use, well, there's 2 albums that I didn't use.
Okay.
Debut is the obvious one that I didn't use. There's another one where I'm like, I can't believe I didn't use this one. But yeah, no, I like that. Should have said no. That's a good one for him. Let me look on the side here. So Taylor, we've got Tammy here. He should have been relaxing and collecting moss. Absolutely. I'm obsessed with the moss box. Kalnaka was doing his job. Like, he was doing his job. He knows places that we can hide. Absolutely should have gone home. You're so correct. That poor baby. All right, number 7 is Indara. So what we got for Indara?
I gave her an Evermore song.
Okay.
I gave her No Body, No Crime because it's about covering up a crime.
You're right though. You are right. Like, her daddy would have made her get a boating license when she was 15. Like, you're so correct. Man, and again, I feel like we're vibing here because while I didn't pick Evermore, I picked Folklore for Indara. I picked Exile.
That's a very good pick.
I was like, she was surrounded by idiots, right? She knew that this was not going in a good place. She tried to do her best. Like, she's seen this film before. She didn't like the ending. And she does. Like, I mean, she goes off on her own. She's not on Coruscant. She is kind of in exile. Thank you, Andy. Yes. So yeah, I just kind of went for a sadder song. I do love
Better Than
Brit
Revenge.
though. Better Than Revenge is such a good suggestion, Brit. I feel like you look at her and you can see the exasperation on her face. It's just like,
she's tired.
I gave so many signs. She's so tired. All right, number 8 is Baby Boy Torben. I miss Torben. Listen,
I think we both have the obvious answer with him, though.
I think so too. I said I hate it here from the Tortured Poet.
Yes, same.
Yes, because he did. He hated it there. He wanted to go home. He was so tired of picking up the moss. Should have been at the club. Absolutely correct. Like,
he was just 18. He should have been at the club.
He should have been at the club. Like, welcome back, Reith Silas. Like, get me out of the Outer Rim.
Yeah. He really could have gotten like Clara Bow also.
He could have. I know originally we both picked Clara Bow for Yord, like when we originally did this, because he had Reith Silas energy, but the real Reith Silas energy it's Torben. And I will say on the rewatch, episode 2, just like it's like a knife to the heart watching Torben's death. That's just my poor boy. That's my baby. He didn't deserve that. He should have gone home. He should have said no. All right, number 9 is the Mother Anasea. So what you got, Alex?
Got a Reputation song.
Oh, snap.
I gave her Look What You Made Me Do because, those Jedi encroached on her territory. She had every right to be Mama Bear and disrupt them.
You are so unbelievably correct. Because, yeah, look what you made her do. You made her turn into like a smoke monster, which I would have liked to see more of. You're absolutely correct. I really like that pick. I feel like that's such a good pick. I picked Tortured Poets Department, but before I give my pick, I do want to give a shout out to Scotty Holiday over here. Twink Death hit Torben so hard, didn't even get a club era.
So sad.
After episode 7, I felt really, really sad for Torben because all he wanted to do was go back to Coruscant, probably hang out with his friends. Maybe he had a Jedi girlfriend or boyfriend or partner back at the temple, and he's been spending weeks picking moss.
You're so right. Yes. And I also want to shout out Dark Ray New Moon said, Alex, how are you so good? I want to point out, so Alex shared her pics with her husband and he was like, wow, you guys really take this seriously. Like, yes.
Yes.
This is a serious matter. Even when we did High School Musical, Mamma Mia, like,
we take it very seriously.
Those pics are inspired. Inspired. All right. So my Mother Anastasia pick. I did pick the Tortured Poets department, and I said The Prophecy.
Oh, that's a good one.
It just
I would have loved to. I did not use Prophecy at all. I would have loved to thrown that song in here somewhere. I love that song.
I know, it's such a good one, and I just feel like it's so her, like, you know, she's trying to keep the twins together, and it's just not working, and the Jedi come in, and it's just like let me change the prophecy, and then just like obviously the line like gathered like a coven round a sorceress table is very Bryndock. I'm very much obsessed with all of the witches. Like we all need to have like a witch coven meetup in Japan.
Yes, we'll all cosplay and we'll do the Willow dance from the Eras Tour.
Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. No, we have to do the Willow dance, but instead of like the green Willow cloak, it's like the purple cloaks.
Yeah.
That is inspired. We're gonna make that happen. If you're going to Japan, reach out. All right, getting close to the end. Still got a little bit of time. We have a bonus character, so if we've got time, we'll do the bonus. Okay, Alex. Should we save him for last, or do you want to go ahead?
Osha. Let's do Osha first.
Okay, we're gonna skip. Kymir was next on our list, but we're gonna skip to Osha. All right, so Osha. I chose Lover, and this is where I put the Archer.
Yeah, that makes that really fits her also.
I just like I feel like she's just going through it. Like she just really is going through like, do you see right through me? Do I see right through me? Like nobody can put me back together again. I've been the archer, I've been the prey. Like there's just all these emotions just like pouring out of her. I will also never forgive Taylor Swift for removing it from the set list because it's the only song where it made me like cry when we were at the Eras Tour.
Yeah, it was really sad when she took it away. But we saw it. We saw it at our show.
We did. It was at our show. And before you give yours, Britt, the prophecy works for Kymir or Osha because please, I've been on my knees. You're right. So what did you say, Alex?
I gave her a 1989 song.
Okay.
I gave her Clean. It's a song about moving on. And to me, it perfectly just like summarizes her journey in the last episode, like being clean of the institution of the Jedi. Like she finally can move on from it.
That's so good. That makes me feel so good. Like just imagining like the last shot of them like holding hands, and it's just, I think I'm finally clean. That's really cute. I really like that one, Alex. I will call out also, so BD Moore over here says, I feel like Soul to Osha at the start is You Belong With Me, which I see there. And Osha to Soul at the end is Bad Blood.
Definitely.
Definitely. This is all we do when we record, is just nod vertically at each other. And it's like, oh, we're audio only, so yes, nodding vertically. All right. It is Kymir time. Unless we want to do our bonus.
Let's do Kymir.
Okay, we'll do Kymir.
I'd love the chat to start throwing out some ideas, and I'd love Shannon to make her guess what I chose.
Okay. All right. So, chat, get your guesses going because I'm gonna take you guys on a journey here. Okay. So originally for Kymir, I said Cowboy Like Me. That was like originally what I put.
It's on our playlist.
It is on our playlist. I feel like it is such a good song.
Mm-hmm.
And then like Alex hit me with, oh my gosh, I have the perfect pick. It's not even on our playlist. And I'm like, what? And so that made me do some soul searching. And I was doing my rewatch, and I accidentally, like, it just like popped into my brain. I was like, oh my god, this is such a Chimera song. And so my choice for him is Delicate, which I love.
That's on our playlist.
It is on our playlist. I didn't realize it was on our
Okay.
playlist for a little bit.
Okay.
But I'm obsessed with that. I
Delicate's
think
a very good song for him.
it's a very Chimera song. Like all of the fics I've been reading, it just works really well. So then I was like, okay, but it can't be that one. So I kept thinking, and then I was like, maybe it's Mastermind. But then Alex said something that made me go, oh wait, it's not on the set list though, so it can't be Mastermind. And so my final guess is that it's Don't Blame Me.
Okay, so it is Mastermind.
Oh my gosh!
I just threw you off because I was like, she's gonna guess.
That's such a good guess, though.
Yeah,
I love Mastermind.
I also kind of see Midnights in 1989 as like partner albums too. So I just like felt like it really fit that Osha got a 1989 song and then Chimera got a Midnight song. And
yes.
And I just think Mastermind like just summarizes his entire arc, because from the moment he sees Osha, his wheels are turning.
His wheels are turning.
And like, we know this isn't manipulation because of what Leslie has said in interviews, but it's still like he has that. We were saying he has earth sign energy somewhere in his chart, even though he is probably water sign.
We think he's a water sign sun, but maybe like an earth sign moon or rising. No, like Mastermind is so good though, because even like you said, like in the song itself, like Taylor even says, like, you knew the entire time.
Yeah.
Like she wasn't actually a mastermind. You were on to me. Like that is such a good Chimera song. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I guessed it. Yeah, because then I was like, you were like, oh, I wonder if she'll play it as a surprise song. I'm like, oh, so it's not on the set list. You just like threw me off. So I'm scrolling back up to see.
Don't think he's a Pisces.
No, I don't think he's a Pisces.
We
either.
said Scorpio.
I think he's a Scorpio.
Scorpio with what did we say? Double. He was Scorpio, Capricorn, Scorpio. Maybe.
I think that's what we said. Yes, Venus and Virgo. I don't know. We're both Virgos, but I don't know what it means to have a Venus in Virgo. My Venus is in Cancer. Okay, so going back up, Arzu said The Prophecy for him, which is a good one. I think that's a good one. Andy said, I think he knows. I think he does know. That would be a fun edit.
Yeah.
That would be a fun edit.
I think we can quickly get Basil in, and then
I think we can. So we'll go back. We'll get some of those other ones if we can. So let's do Basil real quick before we throw it back. This is our bonus. I think we might have gotten this matched. What was your Basil?
I knew you were trouble from Red.
That's what I said.
3 matches.
2 matches.
Wait,
Oh,
3.
3.
Data here.
Oh, true. We knew that one. So we had 3 matches.
Yeah.
But Basil did know you were trouble. As soon as you walked in, he knew you were trouble. Man. So we've just got a couple more minutes left before we throw it back to the mainstream. So I do want to say, if you haven't donated yet, if you can donate, this is such a great cause for equality now. If you are unable to donate, share the link around. There is some fabulous prizes, including some fabulous art from Alex. You know, you want some of that beautiful art that Alex creates.
Yeah, please keep donating. Candace has just done such a good job arranging all this. Like, we love Candace.
Yes, it was so fun. I'm so glad that we got to be a part of this. And this is such like a great idea. If you want to hear any more about the Acolyte, our final Acolyte episode will be out on Monday. We have recorded it, but it's not out yet. I haven't edited it yet. So it will be out by that time. Just a couple other things before we go. I will say I love Tammy's pick here. Chimera's I Bet You Think About Me, because I think about him all the time. That was so good. All right, but I think that is going to just about do it for us. So we will let Candace take it away. And stay tuned for Brad and Sarah.
Thanks.
Bye, guys.
Everyone.
Hey everyone, this is Jason from Blast Points.
And this is Gabe from Blast Points.
And we are honored to contribute in any way we can here with the Acolytes for Equality. Can't thank Candace and everyone at Geeky Waffle enough for inviting us to take part of this. And yeah, we just love to send a little audio message here showing our support for what really is a great charity. You know, this is awesome. Acolytes for Equality is awesome. Amandla's awesome. So if you are listening to this, watching this, you already know about this great charity. And if you've already donated to the GoFundMe, you should do it again. Or randomly call your friends or call someone you don't know. Tell them about it. Say, hey, are you watching this live stream? You've got to support this because Star Wars is all about choices. We saw Soul making some questionable choices, people in this show making questionable choices. This is not a questionable choice. Acolytes for Equality is the right choice.
Yeah, and it's always great when Star Wars fans can come together and try to make the real world a better place. And one of the ways we can do this is to support a great charity.
Speaking of charity, it reminds me of something, the droid chairs. I'm still thinking about the droid chairs from the first episode.
I don't think I'll ever stop thinking about the droid chairs for the first episode.
They were chairs that were droids. They were droids that were chairs. And they made little sounds.
Yeah, there's been a lot of Star Wars over the years. And you always think you've seen it all. And you always wonder, what is there even left to see that I haven't already seen or read about or heard about or even thought about? And I have never even imagined chairs that are droids, droid chairs.
There have been days that have gone by where I've felt bad because I haven't been thinking about the droid chairs. And I keep a picture on my phone of the droid chairs and a video. And every once in a while, I just pull it out and I'm like, man, chairs that were droids, droids that were chairs. That happened.
I used to have chairs that I enjoyed sitting in. I would look forward to sitting in them. And now I just walk up and look at them and I'm like, you're not even a droid. Why do I even want to sit in you? But if you were a droid, I would feel bad sitting in you. So maybe I'm just going to walk the earth because I can't sit in chairs anymore because either they're droids and I don't want to sit in them or they're not droids and I don't want to sit in them either.
It all goes back to choice. That's a choice that you're making right there. Do you sit in the chair that's a droid? Do you sit in, or if you sit in the chair that's a droid, are you sitting on a droid? Do you want to sit on a droid? That's not cool.
Well, unless maybe it makes the chair droids happy. The bar droids in the droid bar felt sorry for humans and wanted to make us happy. So maybe the chair droids, they want people to be comfortable.
They didn't look very padded. I'll say that about the chair droids.
So maybe choosing to give up chairs was a mistake, but it's a mistake I'm going to live with.
It reminds me of a lot of the things in the Acolyte. So we've gone way off topic here. But again, thank you so much for asking us to be a part of this. Maybe you're regretting it now. I don't know. Acolytes for Equality.
Equality Now is a great charity, and Star Wars fans are really some of the best people in the world. And if you can give, if you can donate, please do. And spread the news and let's make the real world a better place. Let's make the real world more like Star Wars. So we're all even that much happier all the time.
So thank you again, everybody.
Thanks, everybody. Bye.
Hello. Brad, you're muted.
I'm on mute. I'm a rookie here.
Hello,
Good to see
everybody.
you. I've never talked to you before, virtually.
Virtually, only in person.
Yeah. Welcome, everybody. Hope the stream has been good. I've been tuning in throughout, and it seems like everybody's having a lot of fun. So we're very happy to be here. Very happy to be supporting a great organization, Equality Now. And we are bringing you, as part of this event, a very special edition of the Golden Gorg Awards. It's the Golden Gorg Awards Special Acolyte Edition. Now, for those of you who don't know, the Golden Gorgs are our version of the Golden Globes. The Golden Globes are not great, but the Golden Gorgs are.
Exactly.
Very exciting. Sarah, take us through our categories that we're going to talk about today for the Acolyte.
Right. So we're going to be running through a handful of categories here in the next half hour. We have best fight, because there are so many good ones. Biggest WTF moment in the Acolyte. There are so many. Most shocking death. And my gosh, we have literally more than one category's worth of characters that could fit in here, which is terrifying.
Shocking, one might say.
Best Oshimir moment, because you know, we love Oshimir in this house. Of course, best performance, as any awards show would do, and best episode. And you'll see that we have a poll going in the chat right now for best episode. So get your votes in. And once we
Yes.
get to the end,
Big one.
yeah.
The big one. Are we going to announce it like Al Pacino at the Oscars this year? We'll be like, my eyes see the Acolyte.
I mean, we could.
You know? Okay. Yeah, we'll think about it. We'll workshop it. So,
Right.
Okay. Let's jump into our first category, which is best fight. So, the nominees for best fight in the Acolyte are Trinity, aka Carrie Ann Moss, doing some cool martial arts stuff. We got X23, Jackie versus Chimere. We have the Thigh Ground, Kelnaka's big and powerful thighs versus Torben and Soul. And lastly, we have Sun versus Moon, the fight we've all been waiting for in the season finale. Soul versus Chimere. So these are our 4 choices here. And we're going to talk them through. We're going to try to each come to a consensus. And if we can't, we're going to fight about it. But hopefully we won't have our best fight today. I don't want that. That's off. That's for off the air.
Right.
Behind the
right.
scenes.
Right.
Yeah. Sarah, where's your mind at right now?
Oh gosh, I feel like I went through this whole season going, this is the best thing I've ever seen. This is the best thing I've ever seen. This is the best thing I've ever seen. And this is the best thing I've ever seen. So
Very true.
I think I have to go with the last best thing I ever saw and say Sun versus Moon, the final episode 8 fight, because there's a certain satisfaction in the light, or the fight being in natural light. I know that's possibly a weird thing to say, but I was like, oh, this is so just like every day in a way. And then when Chimere takes apart the sabers, to die for.
Oh, yeah.
And then
Yeah.
also the slow motion shot and the pushing away of the boomerang sabers. That's
That
brilliant stuff.
was unreal.
So good.
Unreal. I think Leslie was saying like that last fight was very inspired by Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, which like very clear, very evident. I'm gonna have to agree with you. I feel like this might be a little easy of a category to start with, but I think looking at the other ones, I mean, we got to give a little bit honorable mention to Zombie Kelnaka standing in the distance going, "Mom, I threw up." That was a little terrifying. And you're a big Wookiee stan yourself, so I know you were very upset about Kelnaka's death.
But yes,
But were you very
obviously.
happy to see the big, powerful thighs come into the picture?
Nobody's gonna
Stomping
ever
around.
let me live down the powerful thighs comment, will they? I once
Never.
said that Black Chrysanthemum had powerful thighs, and some of my Star Wars friends were like, "Why would you say that?" And I'm like, "Is it not true?" And then I showed the clip of Black Chrysanthemum walking in to thank you, Arzu. Showed the clip of Black Chrysanthemum walking in Book of Boba Fett and to a non-Star Wars friend, and they were like, "Wow!" And I was like, "His powerful thighs," and they were like, "I was just about to say that."
Fair.
So yeah,
Yeah.
powerful thighs, very important. I think the chat has a lot to say about the Jackie and Chimere fight, and like, yes, is all I have to say to that. Because Jackie, that was like her first big mission out, and she did amazing. She was so impressive and didn't deserve the end she got.
Truly not. Truly not. Trinity is very good. It was also the first fight we saw in the Acolyte, but I think we have to go with Sun versus Moon. That's just the epitome of the show's fighting choreography all wrapped up into one banger moment. So, all right, the first Golden Gorg of the night goes out to Sun versus Moon. She brought the Gorg. The Gorg is here live and in front of a studio audience. Incredible. Incredible stuff. All right. Sarah, why don't you kick us off with our next category and our nominees?
Absolutely. All right. Once we have it up on the screen, I'll be ready to read them out loud.
Yo, what is the next category? It's what I need to know.
The next category is biggest WTF moment. That's my bad.
Okay. And you know what? That poll is going live right now in the chat.
Beautiful. All right. Our biggest WTF moment. These were our moments where we went, oh my God, I can't believe the show has gone there, has done this, has hurt me in this way, has affected my life, has rearranged my brain cells, the whole shebang. All right. So we have Vernestra lying in the last episode. Secrets. Ouch. We have, oh no, he's hot. The big Chimere reveal. Chimere is the stranger. The stranger is Chimere. They maybe shouldn't have named the stranger Chimere before they named him the stranger, because we're going to call him the Chimere until the end of time, until he gets a new name. The death of the mother. We categorize this one under biggest WTF moment because we knew she was gonna die. However, that moment was quite upsetting. And as Brad wrote it, sicko.gif.
Standing in the corner.
Honestly,
That's
do I need to explain that any further?
I mean, we could, but not for this stream.
Those are our categories for biggest WTF moment. Brad, what are your thoughts on these excellent moments?
Yeah, the Anastasia moment, definitely a big WTF. Soul, what did you do? We kind of knew something was going on. So I think because it was a little bit predictable, like we knew the Jedi did something bad that night, I probably wouldn't rank that one the winner, although it is upsetting. Vern, she's that young Padawan we've been with since A Test of Courage. Very disappointing, for her to get mad at Elzar about not confronting the council, and then she doesn't speak her truth. Oof. Lock and change in 100 years. I think I'm leaning more towards the oh no, he's hot, and the sicko Plagueis in the corner watching them smooch happily.
I feel like once again, this is really the entire theme of this little segment here, is that I shocked about, I could say yes to every single one of these and it would be the right answer. I think my biggest WTF moment was oh no, he's hot, just because of how expertly done that reveal was. Like the shock of Jackie's death, which was horrifying and so upsetting. Tracy, you're right. Plagueis is a night paralysis demon. Yeah, correct. But yeah, I think that the oh no, he's hot moment is just so well executed that I absolutely have to choose that one. But Vernestra lying again, deeply upsetting. The mother's death, actually, I think that was the thing that was the reason I was so, I needed to close my notebook, put the episode away, turn the TV off, and go walk around for hours because I was really, really upset after that episode. So I think, well, oh no, he's hot, or mother for me.
Well, I'm looking at the poll from the chat, and the chat thinks the Chimere reveal is the winner here.
You know what?
Which I'm gonna say I agree with that, because the Plagueis moment, as much as it is, oh my God, Plagueis is actually real and he's listening to them smooch during the night. I feel like the Chimere thing, just we felt it coming, and when it happened, it was like, oh my God, he's hot. We love a hot Sith. We love a hot Sith in Star Wars.
Yeah, they're fictional bad guys. It's fine.
Never done anything wrong in their life.
This comment is so good. Sorry to Vern, but she's not the first green person who lied, so it's not as WTF to me. You're right. You're right.
Yeah. All right. I guess that being said, Chimere, oh no, he's hot, is our next winner of a Golden Gorg Award. Congratulations. Chimere, you will receive your Gorg in the mail. Just let us know where you're at and make sure Plagueis doesn't open your mailboxes and check out what you're
Right.
getting sent. So
That's
a little bit of
federal
a creep.
crime.
Mhm.
So
Yep. Okay, we're gonna move on. Speaking of shocking moments, big moments, we're gonna go on to most shocking death. We got plenty of them in the Acolyte. There were almost too many of them. There was no plot armor in this show. I'll tell you that much. But we have Torben, Jackie, Yord, and Soul. And that's not even all of them.
No.
That's not even all of them.
Yeah. I don't even know where to go with this. This image that you created, Brad, is painful, upsetting, and I have no idea what to say, except that I think the fact that Torben took the poison and unalived himself was pretty shocking. It felt very shocking for Star Wars. But the fact that Yord just got his neck snapped was yeah, that might have to have my personal vote.
Yeah. That's a tough one. I feel Torben, like you said, the route that he goes out, and I'm very sorry, Crystal, for the photos. You're correct. I'm a sick person and I should seek help immediately for putting the slide together. Yeah, Torben was like oh my God, somebody, taking their own life in a Star Wars. That's pretty deep. That's very tragic. Jackie was like the first death that I was like, oh, okay, never mind. Nobody's making it out. That was
Right.
shocking, and just the brutality of it. You're definitely like, as much as I do love a good arm, and that's the photo I chose specifically to see the bicep. The brutality of a neck snap is not something we've seen. We've seen hallway scenes, we've seen guys get cut in half and become spider leg robot things afterwards, but like a neck snap. Who among us wouldn't want to get our neck snapped by Chimere?
I think
Anyways.
I think we might have to do a Friends of the Force vote and then an audience vote here, because if we see the most shocking unalive was Jackie, according to the audience.
Wow.
And I think we're saying Yord. So we might have to give it to episode 5 as a whole and double award this show to the late Jackie and the late Yord.
It's a tie.
It's a tie. So I don't have 2 Gorgs, but imagine 2 Gorgs in my hands.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, Jackie and Yord. Forever in our thoughts. I hope we get the Yord spinoff,
Give me some Yord backstory.
You know how they did those things for Disney where it was like the flyover scenes in Star Wars and it was just basically like flyover ASMR? They should do that. And it's like just Yord steaming his clothes.
Yes.
Like, like Netflix does the Yule log and it's just the fireplace. Just Yord steaming clothes, background noise, humming to himself.
The Gorg very quickly back and forth.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And Yord's
can,
abs,
They can share.
He's got to take off.
Yord.
Yeah. No, I get it.
Yeah. All right. Does that bring us to our next category here?
Yeah, I think this is one that you're going to particularly like, Sarah. So
yes,
especially to announce.
It's the best Oshimir moment. Now, there are truly no wrong answers here, folks. But we have the, oh, you look just like her moment. The you called this one anger, but it's more like not anger if you're asking me personally, because he puts her hand on her arm and then his hand on her arm, and then she kind of looks up at him. Incredible. Then we have the thumb lightsaber handover, and then we have the handhold in union at the end, which we thought was the final shot, but then the show said, psych, we got another one for you.
Psych, it's a little green guy who lies all the time.
Right. Two green people who are liars.
Who look at each other and say, exactly.
Right. Anyway, so back to Oshimir. Brad, do you have any thoughts? I feel like the chat might be fairly in agreement. Oh, well, they're in agreement about what kind of moment they like.
Yeah. I mean, I will say, I think it was important to separate thumb and union, because thumb, it's like a very blink and you miss it moment. but it
Right.
speaks volumes. You know, there's
Mhm.
nothing more special than a little thumb
A little
rub on a
caress of the
handhold,
thumb.
you know?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Classy move. But the
Mhm.
union, like not only just the handhold, but we're gonna stare at the sun. We're gonna stare at the sun longingly. Which is funny because they just got rid of the sun soul, previously. So a little
Oh.
bit of symbolism there, a little bit of symbolism.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. I'm a
I
big handhold guy. Hands are a language, as Sky Talkers would say.
Right, and yeah. Are we all in agreement, chat? Are we all voting union today? I kind of think we're all in agreement. Not
Mm.
I mean not everybody, obviously. But most of us agree that we like thumbs.
Yeah.
So let's give it up for the thumbs and give the Gorg to union.
Union. I agree with that. I think that's the chat's taste jumping out. I love that.
Andy
Shout out to
says
Imposter though.
I
By the way.
Imposter does seriously hit different, and
Yeah.
it's so delicious.
The moment when he realized I have the wrong twin. This is who I want to be my pupil. Ooh.
Yikes. Crazy
Love
stuff.
it.
Love it.
Love
Love
it.
it. All right.
Yeah.
You go, Brad. Next one.
All right. Our next category here as we start to close out is our best performance. So many good performances in the show. We have Amandla Stenberg as Osha / May. We have Lee Jung Jae as Master Soul. Manny Jacinto as the Stranger / Chimere. And Jodie Turner Smith as Mother, as I'll call her, Mother Anasea.
Mother Anasea.
Mhm.
Four incredible actors giving incredible performances. If I could split the score in 4 ways, I would, but I think that would be a little bit unethical for the Gorgs and also to this particular Gorg who I love and cherish. So we're not going to quite do that unless the audience has us split it in half again. But I think I might have to put my money on Amandla Stenberg for playing both Osha and May. Because what an incredible feat, especially in the final episode where she's fighting herself and you take a step back and you go, wait a second, she literally had to learn both halves of this fight and both parts of this dialogue and play both of them. Crazy stuff. Incredible work.
Yeah. No, Amandla, and the fact that Amandla also they wrote like 60 pages for her character just to know like what the character was thinking and acting. Like that is the fanfic writer in all of us just being like, I have this character, I'm going to prepare as much as possible for it. Now that being said, I'm really torn between Amandla and Lee Jung Jae, and that's no discredit to Manny or Jodie Turner Smith, who are also excellent performances. Lee, or I'll call him JJ, my favorite JJ. He put so much into this role. He put so much heart and soul into this role. The emotion that he gives in so many quiet moments, the desperation, the twisting of his mind to believe what he did was justified. I think that really like comes through in the performance like so clearly. It's heartbreaking. It was a shocking death, but is also one that was just like, I was brought to tears. I was just like, oh, this is so sad.
Yeah.
This is so sad. And it's because of Lee Jung Jae's like performance in that moment and the single tear, going down his face. Like, oh, heart-wrenching.
And also to consider that like he is not an English speaker, but somebody who like really trained really hard in order to have like natural flow and pronunciation of the lines, despite not like intrinsically understanding them in the language that they were written, is an incredible feat because each of like his lines are delivered so beautifully. Like he's such a great actor and just a really dedicated actor for the amount of work that I imagine you have to do in order to pick up a language like that in just a couple months. The audience is giving half to Lee Jung Jae.
Wow.
A bit to Manny. No votes for Jodie, but that's not a discredit her. Incredible performance because Mother Anasea is perfect and amazing. And about almost half of the votes for Amandla. So do we want to split this score in half again?
Oh, I mean, I don't know.
I think
I don't know.
should. I think we should.
Should we? I mean, the points don't matter.
This is a show we do make up. So we're gonna move the Gorg back and forth really fast. They can share custody of it.
Mhm.
You know?
Yeah.
But
My personal vote would be JJ. Yours is Amandla, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
And the chat is saying JJ.
Right.
I think it's fair to split the Gorg. Are we splitting it 3 ways? Are we splitting it 2 ways? Because there's 2 twins. Plus
I'm
plus
gonna
a
have to
JJ.
order
There's
another
2
Gorg. We're gonna
J's.
get the Gorgs personalized so we can
Are we?
get them shipped out everywhere as they need to be shipped out. So yeah, we'll make it work.
Mhm.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
Mhm.
We'll bill it to Lucasfilm. It's fine. You know.
Right.
They send us a check once a month. I'm just kidding. Totally joking. For legal reasons, it's a joke. All right, we're splitting the Gorg between Amandla and JJ. Congratulations to you both for
Right.
being Golden Gorg winners. Huge honor. You can send in your speech later if you'd like.
Absolutely. And we'll read it on the pod, of course. This brings us to our final category,
Oof.
which is best episode, which the audience
Whoa.
has pre-voted for. So you've already cast your votes and you can do it again as well.
Yeah, I just put a new one on.
Beautiful.
Let's
so
go.
we have everybody making sure their voice gets heard. Has your opinion changed over this Golden Gorgs? Put it in the chat. Put it in the chat. So our nominees for best episode are Destiny, episode 3, Night, episode 5, Teach, Corrupt, episode 6, and The Acolyte, episode 8. Again, this does feel like a category where we could have nominated all of them, but we didn't have that kind of space on the graphic. So we bring it down to 4. Brad,
if we were the Academy Awards, we could nominate all of them because there are 8 to 10 nominees. So we could have
you're
cheated.
Right.
We could have cheated.
We can change the rules for next year.
Next year's,
Right,
obviously. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Brad, do you have thoughts on this?
Okay. I will say I'm initially leaning towards Night and Teach / Corrupt, which is hard for me to say because I love the Acolyte episode. I thought episode 3 was fantastic. Just to see I don't know, this witch coven and all the things that we haven't really seen in Star Wars. We've seen Night Sisters and that kind of thing, but it was just such a new fresh perspective in Star Wars. And so for that, I'm super appreciative of that episode. And it was really the first flashback episode of the season. God, I don't know. I'm between those two. What about you?
I think my personal choice, well, you know what? I just changed my mind while I was saying I think my choices. I think I'm gonna have to go with Night. I was gonna say The Acolyte because that episode pace-wise rolled. Just absolutely went for it. I thought it was so well paced and I thought it was the best paced episode of the season. But we all should have been there when I was watching Night the first time. I was screaming, crying, pacing, literally standing on chairs, yelling 2 inches from my TV, the whole shebang. So that was a crazy episode.
Yeah. I would say I have to agree with that because I feel like Night, when that aired, because also consider a lot of people who got screeners were just the first 4 episodes. So I feel like that 5th episode was the unknown territory for everybody. Nobody knew what was going to happen. And I feel like there is a seismic shift in the Star Wars community because people were starting to already ship Oshamir. People were thirsting over Manny Jacinto. We had lost so many core characters of the show. And we were getting our first true taste of lightsaber battles. Now that said, Teaching Corrupt is amazing from a Oshamir perspective and a lot filled to the brim with sexual innuendo, which was just absolutely chef's kiss hilarious. I love that. So good. And I love that Leslie has acknowledged that that's on purpose. That's great. But I think I have to give it to Night. It's just it was a tectonic shift in Star Wars to me.
Totally. And honestly, both the original poll and the new poll have voted Night too. So this one ultimately I think handedly goes to Night, although a special shout out to the Acolyte and Teach and Corrupt for totally different reasons. So this one will have to hand to Night. And before we kind of close out here, I was going to mention it a second ago and then I started talking again and then I forgot. But in the banner below, I saw that we hit $2,600 raised for Equality Now. Please continue to share the link, continue to donate. We have some amazing prizes that are up for grabs, including a full set of the Bad Batch Funko Pops donated by Brad. Oh, you're on this side. Thank you, Brad. Yeah, this is a really great cause supporting women all around the world. So please consider donating or sharing if you haven't already. And
Yeah,
thank you
no,
so much
absolutely.
to Candace for having us. For an half hour in support.
Candace is a rock star. Thank you, Candace. And thank you everybody for hanging out in the chat, for your donations, for just interacting with the stream. These type of things are just the reason the Star Wars community, like when it's at its best, basically, right? Like we're fighting to save what we love, and there are more of us. So that's the important takeaway for today.
Yeah.
So thank you, everybody. Salute emoji to the Acolyte season 1 and to everybody here. Thank you.
And heart emojis as well.
Yeah.
And then
Heart
crying
also.
emojis.
Heart, cry, screaming, crying.
Yeah. You can
throwing
find
up
us
for
at
good causes.
Friends of Force on Twitter, Friends of the Force on Instagram, and all of our podcast feeds. We have talked a lot about the Acolyte and the High Republic.
Indeed. Yeah. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
We'll see you next time. And on to the next folks who are joining.
Hi, everybody. Mesa Winder here. I wanted to thank Candace again for asking me to participate in this and contribute a video. You guys are doing an absolutely fantastic thing for young women and girls around the country and the world. And I think it's important that we use our communities in order to continue to cultivate a safe space for women and girls in our communities. I think it's an awesome, awesome movement. I'm wishing you all the best of luck and best wishes. And yeah, I'm glad that the Acolyte was able to generate this level of inspiration and movement in this regard. So I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day. Please enjoy the rest of the stream and make sure to donate because it's going towards an absolutely fantastic and worthy cause. As always, may the Force be with you always.
I'm back.
Hello.
Get rid of me, but you can't. Hello.
We would never want to get rid of you. What are you saying?
I don't know. It's what I do.
All right. Hi. Hello. Okay. So, welcome to Yearn With Me. You're probably like, what's Yearn With Me? Well, Yearn With Me is a sidecast of the Geeky Waffle Network that is yet to be seen. I'm so sorry. Where we will explore the romance of our favorite silver screen couples. Whether it is the longing glances, the stolen kisses, or the notable hand flexes, or in this case, thumb caresses. We will analyze why we love these couples the way we do. And, of course, my guest for this evening is the Geeky Waffle's own Arzu Amin. And we're here to yearn with you.
I'm so excited. Yeah, Yearn With Me. Your new sidecast is currently underway, currently recording, but I'm excited to launch it like this.
I mean, I am too. I mean, the power of Manny, right?
Listen, the power of Manny.
We're very excited. Very, very excited. Oh my God, Gwen, I want to see you, Gwen. I love you. All right. So I would love if we got a lot of comment interaction for this, because we're basically just going to be doing about 3 questions, and I want you guys to get horny on Maine, okay? Thumbs up? Yeah?
I got to keep it relatively clean, but y'all don't.
I mean, it doesn't
I have to keep it clean. I have to watch my language. They don't. So.
Yes. Subtle, but horny. All right. So, first question, my beloved Arzu. What first drew you to Osha and Chimere as a romantic couple? Or as a possible romance?
I was shipping it before we knew that the stranger was Chimere, because a couple months before the show came out, we saw a picture of the stranger on the poster, and I just really zoomed in really close. I was like, oh no, I'm in trouble. I love a broody boy in a mask. I've got my Kylo shirt on now. I had a Marchion shirt on before. There's a trend, and I will stick to it. as far as like actual in-show content, it has to be that first interaction. You look exactly like her in the apothecary shop. It's like, oh, this man is perhaps not a goofball and is perhaps a little dangerous. And I'm very, very here for it. So yeah, that was
I
it.
mean, what else are you gonna do if a man that beautiful stares you down like that and starts lowering his voice an octave or two this far away from your face?
In the trailer too, there's that bit where we know it's Ocean now, but I think at the time we only thought Amandla was playing one person. So we see Amandla standing there, and the stranger is like inches from her face, and then the lightsaber comes up, and that was the other thing where I was like, oh no, they designed this for me specifically. So I feel like I was shipping Oceanmere before we knew what either of their names were.
Yeah. Well, I remember us talking about it before the show premiered and stuff, and I was like, I think it's Manny in the Mask, just based on the height difference. And like, I'm so starved for kissing in Star Wars that I was like, I'm gonna ship it. I don't care. I don't care what happens. If nothing happens, it's fine. But I want some romance. And you know what? It feels so good. We're validated right now.
Yes. The fact that we're like, we want romance. This looks like romance. And Leslie Hanlon's like, I got you. This is romance. Yes.
Enemies to lovers, baby. All right.
So let us know in the chat when you started shipping them as well. And I'll throw some of them up on screen.
Yeah. Please let us know. Okay. So, second question. What moment in particular between Osha and Chimere has you down bad crying in the gym?
Okay, so it's not him tucking her in. It's not the threat. It's not him just taking his jacket off and his shirt off, and it's none of that. It's when in episode 8, when she's got the Cortosis helmet on, and he walks in and he's like, oh, cute, she put the helmet on. And then he realizes it's going wrong. And he just falls to his knees and he's trying to like get to her and he can't, because there's like a micro trope that I'm so obsessed with. And it's when you see the guy being all soft and loving and concerned when she can't see him. Like she can't see his face. She can't perceive his emotions. And he is still so concerned for her. And there's no need to project a false look of concern because she can't see him. So I think that was just the most genuine piece of emotion we got out of Chimere, in that we know beyond a doubt that concern wasn't for anybody's benefit. It was genuine. So that has me down bad. That's replaying on a loop in my mind. The reach out and him like straining and going no and like practically crying to like get through this force field and take the helmet off. That's my moment.
Oh yeah. There's been the first 10 seconds of an edit that I literally keep watching on Twitter, and it's like the actual song, like the lyrics are like psychotic, but there's just 10 seconds and it's the juxtaposition of him falling to his knees in front of her while she's kind of stuck in the helmet, and then it's when she falls to her knees after she has force choked Soul. And to me, that hits my, like, I guess I have to call it a kink, but I love me like a self-sacrificial moment, because I am a tragic, B-I-T-C-H. That's my home. That's where I live. I remember when I was 2 years old and I was, of course, obsessed with Pocahontas, which problematic now, but when she runs to go save John Smith and dramatically throws herself over him and stuff, like I would recreate that as a 2-year-old little child, and I've never really gotten over that. And like for me, like when both of them like fall to their knees, I'm just like, more of this, yes please. Or it's just beautiful.
The way he's so tender with her is so it's so down, like I'm down bad. He's down further than I am, but I am down so bad for how tender he is, because like they talked about it in the last stream on Friends of the Force, that like all the death and the fighting that he is responsible for is so brutal. And then the minute OSHA's involved, suddenly like it's barely their touches and it's thumb grazes. And it's, you know, it could be him being like, I need to present a softer aspect, but I don't think it is. I think he like genuinely feels that way.
I love the look that he gives her when she does fall to her knees, like that, like, oh, literally, like I've seen this film before and I don't like the ending, because I feel like he's like really empathizing with her in that moment, and that was the moment that I was like, oh, I'm in trouble. Like more in trouble than I already thought I was. I was like, uh-oh, they're not kissing in this episode? What?
It's season 2, baby. Season 2.
Hashtag renew the Acolyte. I saw earlier in the chat too that someone had talked about when he covers her with his cloak and like places his hand lovingly on her. And I'm honestly kind of shocked that that's not your down bad moment, just because the Kylo theme plays.
Well, listen, it's true that is definitely up there, and I did think of that first. But I love the drama of him falling to his knees because like I said, he's been so soft with her that he's not engaging in these kinds of dramatics. But this is how you know that he is so far gone, because he knows this isn't something that can be solved with like gentleness, but it needs a bit of aggression, but he doesn't want to be aggressive with her. So like it's almost like he's taking that need out on his own body. And I'm just like reading possibly way too much into somebody just falling to their knees in desperation, which is like a trope as old as time. But it's just because that one keeps playing in my head. Even though I did rewind the blanket bit and I did scream about the Kylo theme for my whole family to hear, and it was a whole thing. They loved it.
There's just really something about an extremely good-looking, attractive man falling to his knees in front of a woman, you know? You know, it hits something. It makes the brain go burr.
I like this comment from
No matter the
More.
context.
I like when he's like, what makes you think I'm fair? And she's like, you did. Like he almost forgot how nice he was being to her. But it's true. It's true. For all that the stuff he does might be like malicious or bad in air quotes, like he's a man of his word.
Yeah, definitely. Another thing that makes me go like super down bad is that quote that he has that I'm gonna have to look it up because I've written it everywhere, but I can't remember it. But it's the, why do you love people who can only go so far, who can't go as deep as you can? And I'm like, sir, the trauma of that line. My Amidala heart is horrendously already broken and has been for like 2 decades, but you're re-cracking this very tender wound.
I also think it's so interesting in light of what we learned in the finale with like Vernestra being his former master, that he's talking about this like people who can't love you basically the way you do and who can't love you as strongly as you love them. And I think we kind of knew he was talking from experience when we heard it, but now that we know he is definitely talking about experience, he's definitely talking about the Jedi Order, and he's definitely talking about Vernestra Rowe, at least in part, makes that line hit so different in retrospect because we have a better picture of the kind of pain he's talking about.
Awful, heartbreaking. Do we want to talk about the thumb caress though? Because like it happened not once.
I think we should talk about the
twice. Did it happen 3 times?
Heard around the world
Twice, right?
Yeah, it was. It was a couple times. It was when he hands the saber over in the finale, and then when he takes her hand. But I feel like there's another thumb caress earlier, maybe.
I don't think so. I'm not sure. Wait, no.
Let us know in the chat if we missed one of the thumb caresses.
Yeah, I think it was always done with the lightsaber in hand, and I think that that's very cool because I kind of think that, I mean, I know she ate the soup in episode 6, but my new favorite little theory is that you know, the soup was not like the pomegranate or her accepting or like the underworld journey and everything. It's the lightsaber, because the lightsaber is like the proponent of truth and knowledge, because she finally knows the truth of what happened with that lightsaber, and she's accepted this path as her path. And he just gives her a little nudge, a little caress on her thumb. And my 2005 Pride and Prejudice loving heart had a little sing song, a little dance, a little pitter patter of happiness because of it. I was like, oh, Leslie, what are you doing to me?
Is this the part where I admit I've only seen the 2005 Pride and Prejudice twice in my entire life?
I wouldn't have put that out into the universe. You should have just pretended you've seen
I
it 10,000
like it.
times.
I haven't seen it more than twice. It's not that I dislike it.
That's because you're a 1995 Pride and Prejudice girly.
I grew up on the
Thank you,
95. And it's not that I dislike the 2005, but okay, we have a question from Hope. Is the thoughts about using Kylo's theme for Chimere?
I don't know, bro. My love, I'm not a Kylo girly, so I'm always just like, I guess it's there.
I am a Kylo girly, so
yes, you are.
I agree with the theory that this is broadening out into like a Knights of Ren origin, because of the theme, and we know in Star Wars theme music will evolve. It'll become something bigger than what it meant to be. So what used to be Luke's theme is now the Force theme, and et cetera, et cetera. So I think it's kind of evolving out into being like now the Knights of Ren theme. Also because of the visual similarities between Chimere's helmet and Ren's helmet. So I think this kind of featureless, terrifying helmet is very Knights of Ren coded. I also like the idea that if Chimere founds the Knights of Ren or just joins the Knights of Ren or whatever it is, or whatever becomes the Knights of Ren, yeah, like Norhal said, that the two of them escape Plagueis to do that instead, then that frees the way for Plagueis to go off with Palpatine, and these two don't have to die. I was going to do something else. I had something else to say. Oh,
that would be preferable.
I also like this idea because if that theme becomes the Knights of Ren theme, then I also like that the heroic major key version of the theme becomes Ben Solo's theme. And Kylo Ren doesn't need a theme on his own. He can be the Knights of Ren, or he can be a good boy with a hole in his sweater. Do you know what I mean? So,
good boy with a hole in his sweater.
And Candace is like, this is a High Republic era panel. How the hell did she make this about Ben Solo?
I mean, I would expect nothing less from you, and I support it with my whole heart because you can fix him. You can.
He is very fixable.
I will. He is. He really is. One thing I always like to mention, because the mask, yes, is super reminiscent of Kylo's his mask, but it also really reminds me of a xenomorph, and a xenomorph is the alien from Alien for any of my sci-fi horror junkies, and that monster is mirrored or is based off of the myth of the vagina dentata, the vagina with teeth. And you know, it's kind of a symbolism of like consumption and stuff, and you know, like we know he's gonna like consume Osha and corrupt her, and like I just think that that's really hot. So
okay, that was actually going to be my question, because you had said this to me before the show started, like before the series started, was you have this theory. So now, knowing what you know about Chimere and having seen the season, do you think that visual parallel still holds up? And like, can you elaborate on how that visual parallel holds up for you, or does it?
I don't. I mean, I kind of still think it does, because the vagina dentata, the vagina with teeth, it's about monsterizing the feminine and making like the hypersexualization of femininity monstrous. And actually, you know what? I'm gonna backtrack on that. I don't think it really goes along with that. I do think that it's just a very cool way to kind of show this character as monstrous, and to kind of show them as menacing, because like that transformation that we see in episode 5 is truly terrifying, and I don't think we've ever had a character do such a 180 on us in such a short amount of time. and it works. Like, it's not like it doesn't work. And
right.
I think it's really interesting, and I think it's a really like cool visual cue as to this character not being what they seem. And I think I'd have to like really sit down and like write out some things, but I still love the visual, even though
as an aside, sorry, I just saw in the chat that we're $345 away from $3,000. So please keep donating. Let's see if we can hit 3K before we're done for the night. And you have, what time is it? You have 40 more minutes to donate and enter the raffle. So please do not forget, if you were thinking about donating, if you want to donate again, now is the time to do it.
Please go donate. You guys are incredible. Thank you so much for all that you've done so far, and thank you for what you continue to do. Please enter that raffle. Get this creepy looking man, stormtrooper thing.
Wait, where am I pointing? There we go. This man right here could be yours.
This zombie. Yes.
Here.
Or that set of those beautiful High Republic books, man.
Yes, those are stunning.
All right, for our last question, I really need you guys to like pop off in the comments for this one. So, all right, yearning is defined as a feeling of longing for something. So, what do you yearn for between these two in a second season of The Acolyte? Because of course we are getting a second season of The Acolyte. I refuse to believe otherwise.
I'm gonna paint a picture for you. So we're on the island of Not Octo. And they are, I'm sure it's got a name. I forgot what it was. So they are training, they're dueling. Things are getting tense. They've been snipping at each other for a bit. It's building. And then Osha snaps at him and he like grabs her arm or wrist or whatever, pulls her in and kisses her. And then we're just getting like this really angry kiss. Maybe it's raining. Maybe it's not. I haven't made it that far, but I really want like
I need it to be raining.
It could be raining. I just want one of those really angry, I'm either going to kiss you or strangle you moments, and then it winds up as a kiss. It just, I'm thinking the halfway point of the season. So we have some time to build up to it, but we have somewhere to go.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I love the idea of them being in a heated argument and, him just like looking down at her lips, her looking at his lips. Things happen. Maybe someone gets pushed up against the wall. I mean, I wanted someone to get pushed up against the wall, and then she did do it already. So I'm already like happy, but also
she's like,
maybe I need someone to get pushed down. Yes, I need
pushed
someone
down.
To get, like pushed down on a push down. Because he's down bad.
Oh, it's not where I thought that was going. But also, it could go there.
I was trying to keep it PG. Yeah.
I'm
definitely go there.
Candace is yelling at me. It's PG-13 to fade to black.
We didn't say specifics. So I would love for a heated and a moment kiss. That would be great. But I'm also, I don't know. I as I said, I have a real kink for some self-sacrificial like nonsense. So if someone gets like badly injured protecting the other person and they need to do some like tender loving care, some TLC afterwards, so there for that.
Totally.
Like, please give me that. Give me that. And
Let's
like
pop into that.
maybe some more kisses happen. Yes, sorry.
I'm going to pop into the chat and see what they are yearning for. So Norhal is yearning for an angry kiss as well. I agree. BD Moore says, honestly, maybe not in the second season, but I want them to have a kid. I want them to have a lineage that could go into the movie eras. Some people may not like it, but I love that stuff. I yearn. I would like to see that because you know what that means? That means they got away from Plagueis. Yes. Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
Absolutely.
Hope says, I need lightsaber innuendos. Don't we all?
I feel like we've already
that.
gotten those a lot
We need more.
already.
Norhal says we need romance in Star Wars. Beating
Yes,
more adds. I also yearn
desperately.
for them to have a back-to-back fight against the melee enemies like Kylo and Rey in Last Jedi and Snoke's Throne Room. Yes, correct. I got this in a completely different Netflix series last year, and I couldn't believe what I was getting. Watch One Piece if you haven't. And Tracy says, one Star Wars couple that doesn't end in tragedy, please. I agree. We literally here with my Kylo sweater, like it all ends in tragedy.
I mean, I love tragedy. I love tragedy, but also, you know, it's just super. It's sad. You know, it's so sad. Oh my God, $220 away, guys! You guys are
We are
incredible.
so close. Can we make $220 in the next 36 minutes? Can we make that happen?
I think we can. Yeah, absolutely. Oh my goodness. I will say if it goes like the Romeo and Juliet route, I won't be upset. I mean, as I said, I'm just a tragic human being, but like I also love me some Romeo and Juliet. Like give me these violent delights have violent ends and in their triumph die like fire and powder, which as they kiss consume. Like give me some angst, but also I would really like for someone to stay alive, please.
I love the angst. I love the stress. I love the potential tragedy. But what I am tired of is tragic endings because two things. One, because this is supposed to be a fairy tale, and two, because the world is miserable enough. And I'm like, I don't want my media to be equally miserable. Like make that.
Yeah.
I want them to walk off in the sunset. And I'm not saying I want it to be easy. Make them work for that happy ever after. Make them think they're not going to get it. Make them suffer, but then have them be happy.
Now, it's not a romance without a happily ever after.
Exactly. You got to earn that.
It's not a romance if they don't live happily ever after. It's just a tragedy. And you know, like that's not nearly as fun.
In it. But it's not a romance. Yeah. But it's going to be canon in season 2 anyway. So
look, bless Leslie Headland, bless Manny Jacinto, bless Amandla Stenberg. Thank you so much for giving us so much. But please just give us like a little bit more. Just a little bit more. You know, like a kiss. I know you filmed it, but like we want the earned kiss.
Yes. I like Tracy's idea of the Hades Persephone route. Like I could handle bittersweet. I could handle like this is okay, but it's not, you know, it's not perfect, but it's not miserable.
Hades and Persephone are very yearning. Like they yearn to be with each other. Even though they're kept apart. I love that stuff. I love that.
They are very
such a good time. I'm just so happy that we get to talk about romance in Star Wars because literally I am an Anakin Skywalker and Padme Amidala fan first and a Star Wars fan second. I got in here for Les Romance and they've given me dirt for a long time. So I'm happy that I'm like eating right now. So thank you, Leslie.
The romance girlies are eating so well. We're eating so well with this ship.
If you're also happen to be an ACOTAR girly right now, you're getting some good headcanons, you know? Like please, if you are an ACOTAR girly, Manny Jacinto is the High Lord of the Night Court. I will take no questions.
It's true.
Even though we're Cassian girlies, but like
we are Cassian girlies, but it's true that the only way this is going to be the bit that gets me canceled. The only way I could ever forgive Reese is if he was played by Manny Jacinto.
Canadians make the hottest Sith Lords. You know, we love Manny Jacinto.
I'm going to do a quick check and see where we're at donation wise. I can't do math. It's still 220 as far as what I see. But,
exactly, Norhall. Yeah. I don't like that every Star Wars romance is Exile by Taylor Swift. Like, I don't want Alexa to keep playing this song, even though it is my favorite.
All right. On that note, I think we got to call it.
Okay, all right, my friends. Okay, so thank you so much for joining us and supporting an incredible cause this evening. And of course, thank you to Candace Kaw for making this all possible. This is just an incredible feat, and we're so grateful to be a part of it and to try and help make a difference in a really dark place right now. Stay tuned for our friends in Yap Sesh up next. They will be discussing the female gaze and the impact of female writers in Star Wars. And yeah, thank you so much for yearning with us.
Hey
All my
guys,
love
this
to
is
you all.
Molly and
Thank
Alex
you.
from Star Wars Explained. We're really sorry we couldn't make the live stream, but we very much enjoyed The Acolyte.
Yeah, I really loved seeing the High Republic in live action on screen in this way. Really enjoyed the tragedy of Soul's character. Enjoyed it is a weird word. It was fun to watch how sad his story ended. But
We're still reeling.
I know. Yeah, still recovering. But I did find that story to be really engaging. I loved the mystery aspect of it. Of course, the fights. Those were incredible.
Yeah, the choreography was really outstanding. I just loved the whole story in general. You know, the idea of figuring out how someone does get seduced by the dark side was really intriguing to me. And not just the story of this show, but kind of the presence and the attitude around it going into watching it every night, you know, just being on Twitter, scrolling through everyone's excitement and then all their thoughts after each episode was really, really fun. So I feel like the community really came together to enjoy this show.
I can't tell you how much validation I felt as someone who knew from Yord's description, I think like a year ago at Star Wars Celebration. I can't remember when we first learned that like Yord is a rule follower, but I was like, he's my guy. I know I'm going to love him. And the fact that so many people rallied around him, that there became a Yord horde was a lot of fun. Yeah, the community was great. Honestly, talking about the show with friends has been a real highlight of the past 7 weeks.
Speaking of community, we hope you guys are having a blast on the live stream and getting a ton of donations.
We love the group that's behind Acolytes for Equality. We wish we could be there with you hanging out because I know you're having a lot of fun, but we wanted to send our support regardless.
Hello.
Hey, Sawyer.
How's it going?
It's going amazingly. We are at $2,780. We are gonna try for $3,000 by the end of the
We're
night.
gonna get $3,000. Come on, guys. What are we doing here?
Yeah.
We did $3,000 for the spelling bee. We can do $3,000. We can push $3,000 for equality now tonight.
Yes, we have half an hour left for you still to enter into the raffle. Really amazing things, including the High Republic book set signed by the authors and that really cool Death Trooper statue thingy majig. I'm not a collector, but I know collectors love this. And there was only 1,500 made, and it was made like in 2010. So this is like a collectible vintage item now.
Wow. Yeah, you guys have got some great prizes for this event. I am thrilled to be a part of it. I'm sure my co-host will be here in just a moment. But for anyone who's watching and does not know my face, I'm Sawyer. I'm one half of the Yap Sesh podcast on Spotify and YouTube. We are a podcast that is focused on showcasing showcasing diverse perspectives in not just the Star Wars fandom, all of fandom culture itself. And we post every Wednesday, and you should come on down to our channel and yap with us sometime. But yeah, Brooke should be here any second, and we wanted to talk about the female gaze in the Acolyte and female writers in the Star Wars fandom. And I also wanted to talk about Oshamir. So glad that we followed up with that. The yearn with me. But yeah.
Yeah, why do you like Oshamir? I want to know, like, what appeals to you? Like everything, right?
Right. Yeah. I know. It's so like I had the honor of being featured in a Kotaku article about Raylo and about Oshimir yesterday, and which is like something crazy that I never would have fathomed would be a possibility for me. And I think that honestly, I feel like they really tie together, right? Like Raylo, I love Raylo and I've always loved Raylo, but I think that Oshimir, there is just because they were conceived and written by a woman, it feels there's so many interactions between them in the show that feels very like AO3, feels very fan fiction. Kymir is all about being poetic and the prose, and it just has like a there's just something. It just has something that Raylo was missing. And it's also, I think that something that at least I can talk about as a Raylo. Like, I think that there were so, like, the emphasis during the sequels was so heavily on who's Ray, who's her, like, who are her parents, who does she belong to? And that was like the focus of all of the marketing. So we never got any interviews with Adam and Daisy together. J.J. Abrams said some pretty strange things about Raylo. And
yeah, there's a quote out there that I think I sent to you that kind of just destroyed me for a moment about it being a romantic relationship while also being a brother-sister relationship, which is not like those two don't go hand in hand, JJ. So
no. So you know,
yeah. Oh, somebody's here. I'll hand it over to the Yapster.
All right. Hello. Guys, thanks for watching. This is my other half. Do you want to introduce yourself, Brooke?
Hi everyone. My name is Brooke, or Bedazzler on TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, Twitch, YouTube, all the things. I make lots of nerdy content. Started out as all Star Wars, still a lot of Star Wars in there. I do some costuming stuff and video game stuff. So, and Yapsesh stuff. So.
And Yapsesh. I already gave the pitch on Yapsesh, but yeah, we are two neurodivergent queer femmes in Star Wars fandom, and our podcast is very like comfy, cozy vibes. And usually, our guest each week gets to pick the topic, which is super fun. And I am so proud of our show. So please check us out. $100 away from 3,000. All right, guys, let's keep this going.
Wow. It's $100 away. I know somebody out there. Just 5, 10, anything. We're almost there, and I'm so excited. I just had to pop on because we're so close to $3,000. I was just hoping for 500 when I started this, like the Thursday before last. But yes, thank you all. Okay, I'm
amazing.
So we wanted to again just talk about the Acolyte. Of course, we're all here to talk about the Acolyte, but specifically the female gaze as it is portrayed in the show and the impact of female writers. And I already started talking about this a little bit with what my interpretation of why Oshimir feels so rewarding and is so juicy, because I do think having a woman write the show, I think that that's a different perspective that we don't get to see a lot or ever really in the romances that we've seen in Star Wars before. I don't know, Brooke, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yes, I do. I do have thoughts. And I had this similar feeling when the Loki first season of the Loki series had come out, and now I will asterisk that with, I know that the majority of the episodes were written by a man, but even having, and I will say this with like Obi-Wan Kenobi, show was written by a man, however it was directed by a woman, same as Loki, and the vision behind, I mean, there were male writers and male directors on the Acolyte, but the showrunner being a woman, I think was very important. Just the lens of getting more of a feminine perspective on a lot of these things that we don't normally see. And the female gaze is such an interesting term because there will be people that will argue with you that it is not a real thing that exists because we live under this like patriarchal umbrella, and so everything that we do is through a patriarchal lens because that's the society we live in. And I think that is kind of reductive almost, and I think that the way that we define things change over time. And so I do think that there are people that use the feminine gaze or the female gaze incorrectly. Like a lot of people were saying, oh, just seeing a shirtless Osha or a shirtless Chimere was the female gaze. And I feel like there are points where it's used incorrectly, but if you're looking at like the narrative as a whole, how the different characters are written and their traits. And I've argued with this with a lot of I'm big in like the A Song of Ice and Fire, House of the Dragon, Game of Thrones world. I always say that Targaryen men are written with very feminine traits, not necessarily always feminine features or all feminine in that way, but a lot of things that we normally attribute as a feminine characteristic in a character. Oh, we did it!
Yay!
3,000. That's
Okay.
amazing.
Wait, is it? Wait, when did it happen? Wait,
Yeah, we're
where's
at three.
you?
Looks like 3,010 is what I have on my screen.
Wow, okay. It's not
Yes.
it's not changing for me. Let me see.
We're at 3,010. Sorry, I just hijacked this. Hi. We're at
Go for it. No,
3,010
sorry.
right
It's
now.
like celebrate time. Wait. Let me do the hearts.
It took like a hot second to refresh, but we did it.
Yes. Okay. I'm doing this because it bugs Arzy because she can't do it. Wait, no.
It's like a MacBook thing, isn't it? Because I can't.
I have a MacBook.
Oh, really?
I don't know how to turn it on. It's fine. I'll
Wait,
figure it out one day.
It's this one.
Anyway, I'm going to let y'all get back to talking. But yeah, it's over 3,000 now.
But we can do more than that, right? We can.
Yeah, let's go for it.
Okay.
They still have 20 minutes to enter the raffle still. And again, Tom donated some amazing stuff. We got the signed High Republic books by the authors. And yeah, all these Funkos, like Maggie is donating the Ahsoka set of the series. And then Brad has the entire Bad Batch all to win. So yeah, amazing stuff. Go on, Yap Sesh.
Awesome. Cool. Well, I'm glad to be at least a little part of this whole thing. I think this has been such a fun concept, and I love being a part of this kind of stuff. So keep it up, y'all.
Yes, me too.
But anywho, I'm all over the place because I'm just yapping. Hence why we're called Yap Sesh. I like to draw comparisons to other things that I've seen. So going back to feminine characteristics of things, and this is like we can bring it back to Star Wars if we're going to compare like the Oshamir ship to the Reylo ship. I do agree that they are two very different ships and very different characters, but there are a lot of similarities in how they're portrayed, I guess, in at a certain level. And I think a lot of the arguments for Rey's Mary Sue blah 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 comes from Rey having more the power of many. The power of many, the power of many. What am I trying to say? A lot of people that hate on Rey don't realize that the things that they're hating on are the traditionally like feminine characteristics of a female character that are often written out of female characters and make them more masculine to make them more appealing, if that makes sense. And so when we see a character that is a little bit more on the feminine side, it can be viewed by some people as a negative, or someone who's not used to it, I guess, will be like, well, there's for some reason there's a thing about this I don't like, because we've been trained to enjoy a character for certain qualities that they have, right? Because there's the strong female character, and then there is just a female character who happens to be strong or have XYZ traits.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I think this is something that we've talked about a lot on our show specifically, what makes a strong heroine and what makes a great female character. And I think that's something that we haven't seen as often as I would like in Star Wars, that we do see in a couple of different ways within the Acolyte are, part of, there's always this argument, right? Like, the female hero has to be physically strong. And like, sure, if she's a Jedi,
or they have to be shown on screen their physical training to prove that they are capable of doing this thing, right? It's like both of those things.
Yes. And I think that something to like, at least that is very important to me, and I think important to you and other people that we've spoken to, including Maggie, who's in the chat right now, and I think was on the show earlier. First of all, we should be seeing more heroines who are not afraid to, or not rejecting the idea of love, of romance. It is okay to have a strong heroine's arc and also be in love. I think we're seeing a lot of that with like the remakes of the Disney movies, and there's some discourse about like, oh, like I don't need a man, but it's like, okay, but maybe you want one, and that's okay, and that doesn't take away from how strong you are as a person. But the other side of that is also strong female characters should be emotional, should be emotionally complex, should have the opportunity to, I think I think Osha and May are really great examples of playing with the emotional complexity of trauma in two very different ways. And I think it's illustrated beautifully in the finale of The Acolyte, and how we see Osha's transformation. It's just executed so well and with so much thought. And I keep going back to, I don't know, are we good to talk spoilers? I should have asked before we went on, but
no, all these people are Star Wars nerds. We've seen it like twice by now.
Okay. But I think just watching her, and I talked about this a little bit on my TikTok, just there's every detail of her turning to the dark side, the way that she chooses to, she could have just gone for the lightsaber kill. She could have beheaded Soul in a fit of anger, but she didn't. She went for the slow, painful, like, I have spent 16 years suffering, and now I know it's all because of you, and I'm going to return the favor in this moment.
That line when she just goes like, "Stop talking," was so cold. Oh, it was so good.
So good. And I think, people were like, oh, she turned that Kyber really quickly. But if you think about it, she's been suffering for 16 years. And she's also been gaslit into thinking that her pain and her anger, she's wrong for feeling those things. And so that darkness has been festering with her the entire time, because I think there's a part of her that knows that she trusts Soul. She has at the start of the show, she has full trust in Soul. But there's like a part of her soul that's just not quite settled. And so, and also to do it with his weapon, I think there's also some like subconscious, like, this is the weapon that killed my mother. And it's so, I think what I love the most, yes. Yeah, absolutely. It's just, those, so I feel like, and yes, of course, there were male directors and male writers in the writing room for this show, but like Brooke said, to have the Acolyte be front womaned by, like, you can just tell that thought was, I think that's something that's overlooked a lot of the time when men write strong female characters. And that's not to say men are incapable of writing strong female characters. I think Rey is a fantastic heroine. She's one of my favorite characters. And I do think that she has an emotional journey. I think a lot of the challenges that she faces in the sequel trilogy are driven by emotional struggles and struggles with her identity and whatnot. But it just, for me, I don't know if this is the same for you, but I could just watching the show, I could just tell. I was like, this is a person who has been through things that I have been through as a woman, and it's translating so beautifully into this show.
I agree. And shocker, I'm gonna make a comparison to The Last of Us. Everybody drink. Because I saw Maggie's comment that says the whole betrayal of a father arc, everything just made me think about how, if you've not played or seen The Last of Us, here's your spoiler warning, I guess, of the first game and a little bit of things that happen in the second one. But there is always the conversation revolves around, did what Joel did, was it right or wrong? And it's like two things can be true at the same time. And I think both The Acolyte and The Last of Us, which The Last of Us Part 2, they brought in a female writer to co-write the game, and I think that it saved the game because a lot of it is coming from a female perspective, which I see in The Acolyte as well, is that two things can exist at the same time. We can understand the motives of Sol and the motives of Joel and what they did, but we can also understand the anger, the frustration that their counterparts feel because of it, right? And I feel I feel like Ellie and Osha are very similar people. This is crazy. Because they both have this like rage inside of them because they feel like their choice or their control was taken away and did not realize it until afterwards, before that they even had a choice, and that it was just removed before they even were given the choice. Anyway, I think that the way that those things are written, especially in The Acolyte, with thank you, Maggie, that it is very helpful to have that like feminine perspective, because it's very easy to have written something where we view the Jedi as like, these are the people who are doing what they think is right, and it's easy to say, oh well, this girl is overreacting because, her father figure was just doing what he thought was right, which can be true. But we also need to know that like the anger is justified, the frustration is justified on the other side. And I think, at least for me, I was able to understand Osha's rage and frustration and anger, and she was allowed to feel those feelings. And I have not seen, at least with, there's going to be discourse about The Acolyte because it's Star Wars, but I have not seen a lot of pushback of people who are saying that she was wrong for reacting the way that she did. And I don't think we would have that same conversation if it was like not written or portrayed in the way that it was. And I will say, like, if I had to critique anything about The Acolyte, and I think this is a very common critique or criticism, is that I could have benefited from longer episodes and more episodes just to let us sit with those feelings of those characters for longer. I still think the way that Osha's downfall, or like fall to the dark side, was written well. I would have liked to have seen, I think, a little bit more of her relationship with Sol in the beginning, and a little bit more of her kind of being in denial of why she actually left the Jedi Order, instead of, I feel like we went a few episodes without that really being brought up or discussed. And then so when it was finally brought up at the end, it's like, oh yeah, this totally makes sense. I just wish we would have gotten a little bit more of it like sprinkled throughout. But I still think like the way that she just snapped, and like you said, it was not like I'm just going to cut this guy's head off like Anakin did with Dooku. It's like, no, this is calculated, and I've been thinking about this, and it's like, I want this person to suffer in the same way that I don't want the instant gratification of that revenge. I need this person to know how much I suffered in the same way. And I don't know. I thought it was so good.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think with May too, I mean, I agree with Hope here. I would have liked to see more from May. And I look forward to seeing more next season, because we're gonna get another season. But I do think, in comparing the twins and thinking back to the emotional journey, everybody, yes, Osha is the Acolyte, so we're talking a lot about her, but I think there's something to be said about the contrast between the two of them and how they dealt with their grief. And I think they're two very real, very different interpretations of what that might look like. And I think that I saw myself more in May, actually. And but I know so many women that would have put themselves in Osha's shoes as well, through things that they've gone through. And I think that's the strongest thing about the Acolyte in general. And this may be just because Leslie Headland has such a long history with like tabletop RPGs and writing characters, but I think that every single character in this show is so well written, so well thought out, so individual, which is also how I feel about the High Republic era in general. I think that's what that era excels at the most. It just, I don't know. I could talk about this for a million years.
I do want to say, I think it's so funny, myself included, we speculated that there was like some deeper meaning behind like killing a Jedi without a weapon, and it literally just meant force choke. Because I was like, oh yeah, like, no, it's like a metaphorical killing of the dream, right? Because we're killing the dream of like the Jedi. And it was like, nah, she's just going to force choke that bitch.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Hope no one wanted her and they all died. The ones that did want her died.
Oh, for sure. There's like that aspect of choice and having autonomy, and then having that being taken away.
Yep.
And especially if you find out about that afterwards, that your freedom of choice was actually an illusion. That is incredibly distressing.
Wow, that reminds me of The Last of Us.
The Last of Us, you say? Speaking of, I have Sawyer. It was my birthday on Thursday, and Sawyer, if you didn't know, I am also a Jeep enthusiast. So if you don't know about the Jeep ducks, people that have Jeeps just give each other ducks and put them on their cars. And then they have lines of ducks. And I have like 10 ducks now. And now I've got these giant Last of Us ducks. And they're amazing.
So good.
Look at his little gun. It's so silly. They're so detailed though. Like he's got his little gas mask. They're amazing.
Listen, folks, this is what you can expect from Yap Sesh any day of the week. We love a tangent.
A lot of tangents, but you know, we always circle back. We always circle back to our original point. So this is yeah.
Yeah. Well, we have a few more minutes. Is there any other major points that we want to bring up in this conversation? I think we need to like.
I am just like, I have head empty other than thoughts of the last shot of May and Chimere, or I mean Osha and Chimere. Just
okay, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
It's just so beautiful that, and it was apparently it was Manny Jacinto's idea to be like, can I grab her hand, and we like hold hands with this lightsaber. And it's so reminiscent. It's so reminiscent of the like you're not alone, neither are you. And I'm like,
okay, yes. But I drank like an entire bottle of wine that night because I was so excited. And I just think that we were talking about Raylo and Oshame earlier, and they were talking about that before we were on as well. But the fact that they were Ray and Ben touch hands. Osha and Chimere hold hands. We've progressed. We've gone farther.
Second base, folks. Second base. In Star Wars.
This was a super fun conversation. Thank you so much to the Geeky Waffle for having us on and letting us participate in this wonderful event where we have now raised up to $3,060 for Equality Now, which is amazing. Congratulations to everybody who participated and the Geeky Waffle for putting this together. Super duper fun. And if you liked our segment, please check out Yap Sesh.
Yes. Thanks so much. This was fun.
Y'all, we did it. We did it. Oh my goodness. I was like, I was thinking, are we even gonna get to 2,500? But no, we got past $3,000.
I knew we'd make
Oh
it.
yeah, I was like, should I change the goal to 2,750? Is that what I should do? But then I was like, in my heart, what would Arzu say? Arzu says $3,000. We're going to the $3,000 goal, and we did it.
Yay! Good job,
Hi,
everyone.
Crystal.
Hi. I know when I saw that you raised the number up to 3,000, I was like, yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Congrats.
originally, just 10 days ago, this started. And I was like, let's just do 500. We can do 500. And then look at us now. We're on our 4th hour of this stream. Arzu and I have had an interesting day. Shout out to Hope, who has been modding the comment section. Acolyte haters, thanks for the algorithm booth. That's all I'm saying. Because also, any of the ads that any ad money we run during the stream, it's going to the fund. So thanks for joining the stream.
Just watching helps us out, and even hate watching helps out Equality Now. So jokes on all of you.
Right.
We
So
did it.
thanks. Man behavior.
Yeah. But we wanted to, while we just wait and make sure everyone who entered the raffle is all finalized, we just wanted to talk about personally, like, our favorite moments from the Acolyte, because I don't know about you guys, but I have a lot because I just had a blast watching this. So I already know what ours is. So Crystal,
It's not necessarily Ocean. I couldn't even make it all the way through my fake. No, it's because of like everything that's been said before about the fact that we have like hints at this kind of burning, passionate romance, and it never actually goes there. And the fact that this is like explicitly going there, like nobody on the stream can see it, but ahead of me there are 2 bookshelves. The one on this side is Star Wars, and the one on this side is entirely romance novels. So when it's not Star Wars, I am a romance girly, and the fact that we are actually getting the 2 in the same show is incredible. It is the highest selling genre for a reason. People love romance for a reason, and I don't think it should be mutually exclusive with Star Wars.
I hard agree. Like when I found out that I was going to do romance, and I just wanted to be even more, and I feel like it really reignited the community. I actually think my favorite part of the Acolyte was seeing everyone else's reaction, like existing on the internet while this was coming out was so much fun. And I feel like we all connected over this Ocean romance and this ship, and I feel like I connected with more people. And like, even though this has been an Acolyte stream, like this has really been an Ocean Acolyte stream. So
let's be real here.
With the waffle, like especially with Arzu, like co-running the waffle, we are very much like romance.
If you look at our website, if it's not podcast related, it's romance related.
And that's
or
here,
podcast
honestly.
romance related. Yes, romance podcast about romance. So yeah, we're here for it. We are 110% here for it. I absolutely loved watching Night. It broke my heart, but that episode, like, I know, like you're on the edge of your seat. I was literally on the edge of my seat, just like kind of going, "Oh, Maggie's here." Maggie, we're just talking about like our favorite moments. Yeah, we did it.
She's here. Well, Oceanmere is here under Maggie's name.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's the Ocean stream.
No longer on camera, but I decided to continue to represent my favorite moment from the Acolyte.
But yeah, no, watching the Night just was such an experience. And then all of us reacting afterwards. Like, I hosted like a Twitter space just because I was so emotionally devastated. I needed to instantly fans about just the emotional part.
I watched Night about an hour after it hit because I had 2 friends over.
So scared.
I had 2 friends. I had my phone on Do Not Disturb, but I had 2 friends over because neither of them had seen any of the Acolyte, but they're both Star Wars fans, and they're like they were traveling, so like we can't watch it right away. And I'm like, well, you're gonna watch it now. So I sat them down, and we're gonna binge the first 4 episodes. So just because it kind of bled into when Night dropped, we wound up watching it an hour late, and half the house had gone to bed by this point. Like, we'll watch it tomorrow. Meanwhile, I'm screaming my head off, and everybody claims I didn't wake them up. I think they're lying, but Like, there's no way that kind of screaming didn't wake anybody up. But just the experience of watching it, and I think Alex was saying it earlier too, just like, I will never forget how I felt watching it, and I will never forget what it felt like going on Twitter immediately after and just seeing everybody having a meltdown at the same time was just such a good memory.
Yeah, I was so worried that you were going to get spoiled. I was like, stay away from social media. Stay away.
If I can't watch immediately, I will just put my phone on Do Not Disturb, because I know it's not even like I'm worried anybody's going to text me. I'm just worried about like forgetting myself and opening Twitter.
Right.
Oh yeah, no, I put in every group chat. I'm like, don't text Arzu. Don't do it.
Resist the temptation.
Yeah. Because but yeah, amazing overall. Do you guys want to give away some prizes now? Because
let's do it.
The raffle is officially over, and I think we got to go with the best, like the scariest, because like this
You're
is like
really scared of this statue.
I love it. Have you read the book?
No.
Like the Death Trooper book? It's a Legends book now.
It's so good.
That's why I haven't read it.
It's so good. Yeah,
my Legends knowledge is severely lacking.
Yes.
Like we talk about Star Wars doing genres, and this is literally like a horror novel in Star Wars. And I am obsessed with this guy because he's so cool. It's limited edition. I don't collect things really, except books. But I know people who collect things like think this is cool. So let me let me share my
put that up on
screen. Yeah, because I am using something with a bunch of ads because I'm not paying money for this.
Period.
There we go. We have our top tiers right here. And also just thank you. Like over 50 people donated. Like amazing. Okay. So here's our top tier people who entered. And we are going to pick a random name. And that is Jason P.
Yay.
Jason P.
Congratulations, Jason.
You get the Death Trooper. Okay, so we're going to go to the next one. And that, of course, is the High Republic book set.
Ooh.
Signed by all the authors.
This is the one I would have entered for if I could have entered.
So we're going to pick again. Oh, Maggie love it.
Ooh,
Maggie Apple.
Yay.
You're right here.
Congratulations.
Wow, okay.
Maggie's like, can I enter? And we're like, yeah, of course.
I was like, I'm gonna donate a bunch. I'm like, can I?
Aren't you glad
you
you
donated
entered
multiple 50s?
I know. I was like, I have a really bad like thing where like I can't do auctions because I'll just keep bidding. And I was like, I need this to go over the total, so I'm just gonna keep
It's not an auction.
I know, but I was like, I wanted it to go over 3,000. I had the same issue
so
when we did
dead.
the fundraiser a few years ago. I just kept donating.
Yeah, for the TLC.
Yeah.
Yeah, same. I was like, what if I just like, I'm like, it's been stagnant. What if I just like anonymously donate like $10 here and there?
Same.
Yeah.
Same.
I love
Well,
that.
we got to write it off our taxes, and it went to a good cause, so it's great. Okay, so next we have Be More Obi-Wan, signed by the author Kelly Knox.
Oh, well, this is recorded. I was like, are we writing this down?
Yeah.
Claire.
Yay, Claire.
Congratulations.
Okay, and our next big prize is From a Certain Point of View, Return of the Jedi, signed by one of the authors, Adam Lance Garcia. And that is going to Colton.
Congratulations, Colton.
Ooh, that's a good one. That's the one I would want.
It's a good book. I love it. And next we have, something from Maggie, which I'm glad she didn't win this one.
No, I was going to say if I won.
We would have just put her back in.
We'll be like, no,
Open the
Maggie, give it to
prizes.
yourself. Just like hand it to yourself. Be like, I won. It is the Ahsoka Funko collection, which is literally like all 6 Funkos from Ahsoka, including Chopper. See, this is the one I would have wanted to win because of Chopper.
Mm-hmm. See, I would have thought you would have wanted it for Sabine, but
I already have that one.
okay.
If it's a Sabine collectible, I own it. Like I have like 6 Funkos of hers.
That is
The
me and
only-
Kylo Ren.
The only thing I collect. Okay.
Fair.
So Paul B wins the Ahsoka
Woo.
Funko.
Congratulations, Paul.
Congratulations.
Our next one is the Bad Batch a pop Funko set that is from Brad from Friends of the Force. And Kevin G is getting the Bad Batch.
Yay!
Congratulations,
Okay,
Kevin.
and the last one is the Padme set, which also from Maggie, which is the Queen's
This is a
Hope.
nice set. This is a nice set. The
Yeah,
doll is
it
gorgeous.
has these collectible dolls that are the Queen Amidala Hidden Majesty doll and Ultimate Hair Queen Amidala, which, you know, yes, Queen, yes. And that's going to Scotty H.
Congratulations, Scotty.
Congratulations.
Is that
Okay,
Scotty
and
Holiday in
any-
the chat that one?
Maybe.
Let's see
I don't
if
know how
they
many
say
Scotty
it.
H we
Scotty
have.
Holiday?
I only know one Scotty H.
Well, in that case, I'm glad Scotty won something. He's been in the chat all night.
I know.
Yeah.
Yay.
For those who did not win in our top tier, they will all go to our lower tier. Or I don't like saying lower tier because there's still some really amazing stuff that we.
Our other tier.
Yeah, we have artwork. We have a really adorable like Ahsoka plush doll and Ahsoka headband that I got from Galaxy's Edge that you can only get like at Galaxy's Edge. We have McCory concept art Star Killer Hero action figure with a Star Cruiser line droid from Holly Frey and oh gosh, who's chilled right. Thank you. Right. Sorry, my brain just like
it's been
Holly
a very
Frey's-
long day.
Holly Frey is just such a great name that's like
It
all
is.
I'm thinking, you know.
Yeah, from Holly and Brian.
But yes, I'm going to be contacting all the winners and also contacting the people who are sending the stuff. Also, just thank you for everyone who donated the prizes and are also like taking the time and money to ship them out. That is like, I'm going to San Diego Comic-Con in like 3 days. So it's just like, thank you for like helping me out, which I'm going to see Crystal in a couple of days.
Yeah,
like
I know, like a week.
from now.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm so excited.
I'm so excited.
Oh, I'm so hyped.
Yay.
It's so exciting to meet like Star Wars friends in person.
I know. I was telling my boyfriend, I was just like, all right, I can't hang out with you on Sunday. I'm sorry. I was like, that's my friend day.
It's a friend day. But yeah, I'm so hyped for this. I hope everyone likes their prizes and, you know, it was a great time. Okay, other than Chimera, because I know that's what a lot of people are going to say, what has been your favorite character from this whole show?
Oh, so mine is Soul. I loved Soul. I love a complicated character, and I
messy.
loved Soul like right from the start because he very much reminded me of Qui-Gon Jinn, which was like my first great like heartbreak on screen. I still remember like sobbing my eyes out over Qui-Gon Jinn when I was 6, and I kind of knew going in that like Soul was probably going to meet a devastating fate just because this is the High Republic, and kind of even early on I just had that vibe. So I knew I was setting myself up for disappointment and failure and like heartbreak, but the way that his plot line like played out and the layers to it, like the longer you think about it, he ended up becoming my favorite character because I was thinking throughout this week that like he is a prime example of how the Jedi can fail someone because everything is rooted in like the desperation to like be a good Jedi, to be a good master, to be able to have a Padawan, to like be the best. And like there's so much like gifted burnout kid to him because that can like corrupt you in a way. So I love Soul. I thought he was such a great character. I thought Li Jianjie was like fantastic. So yeah, Soul was my favorite.
I agree. Soul was one of my favorites. Just love Li Jianjie in general. I know it's like a good, compelling character when they have done something so clearly very, very wrong. And I'm sitting here arguing with myself about like, but I still love him. Like I can't not love him. It's just
exactly.
He is like Maggie said, such a good example of this kind of complex Jedi. Like I have been saying it. I will continue to say it about the Jedi that they are good people stuck in a broken system. And I don't think anybody exemplifies that better than Soul. And besides Soul, Anastasia is, I love her so much. I think if I could be anybody in Star Wars, I would probably want to be her. I can only dream of having a tenth of her composure. and like reason and rationalization. And I think those two for me are just top tier.
Yeah, I would agree that Anastasia really just projected like grace and like powerful femininity, which was awesome. But to piggyback off of what both of you said, my favorite character was Soul also. It's kind of like what you were saying, Maggie. There's something about like this tragic hero and how the Jedi really failed him and how he was really trying to manage his own feelings while trying to be a Jedi. And I don't know, like I feel like Lee Jung-jae just had so much feeling, and I think we got to spend the most time with him as a character also. Like we got a lot of everyone that was Soul. Like we were really with him the whole time. It's hard not to love him. It's hard not to love like his flaws. I don't know. Soul really he really is him.
I really don't know if he would have been so lovable if he was played by anyone else, just because the heart Lee Jung-jae put into him and just the likability he's just so sincere. Even though, yes, he's messy, he is wrong, he's done terrible things. And even in the finale, even when he's like refusing to say he did anything wrong, I still felt for him because he was so in denial and guilt-stricken. And again, it's just that performance. But I absolutely love Yord because he's such like a rule follower, and he's like just trying so hard to be the perfect Jedi. And then in the end, he stops being the perfect Jedi. He doesn't listen to Soul. He goes back for his friends. He does some dueling that are outside the conventions that he was taught with the okay, I can't think of the fancy metal. Arzu, help me. Cortosis helmet, where he just smacks the stranger up with that. And I absolutely love that moment where he's like just doing something that he thinks is right. Of course, it doesn't end well for him, but I love the straight line hero who has to make some changes to save the day.
I think it's such a testament to how strong the characters in general are when every single one of them, you can have a moment where you're screaming at the TV, either what are you doing? Or you're frustrating the hell out of me, and yet you love them anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just, they have such dimension where I'm like, I love you, but I want to strangle you. Like, I was rooting for you, do better. I need you to think about what you're doing, but I love you anyway. It's just, and that I think applies broadly to the entire cast. Not like cast as in the actors, like the cast of characters. But yeah.
Except Jackie. Jackie is a perfect little sweetie pie who has done nothing wrong in her entire life.
And so is Basil.
Basil's great.
Basil is perfect. Basil's an angel.
But yeah, that just
Basil's gonna go off the map because if Basil was around, Palpatine wouldn't have made it a day.
And can I just piggyback off the conversation about Jackie? Like something that I was thinking about this morning, because I can't not think about Star Wars like any time of day, but I was thinking about the fact that like there's such a tragedy also baked into like the master Padawan dynamic between Soul and Jackie, because on paper Jackie is like the epitome of the kind of Padawan that you would want to have. She's such a good duelist. She's like so good at everything, and yet all it took was Osha coming back for that to completely like derail Soul's focus. And ultimately like that leads to his loss of Jackie as well. And there's something so fascinating in that. And there's a really great parallel too between the line that he has with the stranger with like, she was a child, you brought her here, versus how he treats the children when they first encounter them on Brindok. He's not really like treating them like children. He's like taking everything they're saying at like face value and like trying to, it's a very like complicated, very nuanced thing. And like the longer I think about it, the more like utterly impressed I am with all of the layers in these dynamics and relationships. And I love a good toxic dynamic, and it's not something that's really been explored at any real like depth yet. And it's made me think a lot about like there has to be so many different master Padawan dynamics that weren't necessarily healthy, but like the Jedi did nothing to fix them or
kind of like shifted away, because in my mind, if I had been Endara and I went back to the Jedi Order, I would have been like, okay, we need to find a different master for Osha. Like I would, even if I know that we have to take this to the grave, like I still would have like suggested somebody else taking her on. So a lot of little flaws there that I would love to see explored in other mediums.
Yeah. And I would also agree that what I think is really great about the show is on the rewatches, like now that we have the full story, like there's so many Easter eggs and so many little nuggets along the way from like the very first time we meet these characters that don't really come to like light until like the last episode. Like for example, like the first thing that Sol is telling like the little Padawans is like, don't trust your eyes, because we find out later he trusted his eyes and killed the mother, you know. And so it's like you don't really pick up on these things until you do your rewatch, and I think that that's what makes the show like really great.
And
It's
that's
so interesting.
Padawan that's seeing fire, you know, she's picking up on Sol's past.
That's why he's like, you know what, class dismissed.
We're
Everybody
done.
get out.
We're done. But like, yeah, going back to that, it's interesting. I assume Sol didn't do the worst because he wasn't in exile like the other three, but he's actually the one who caused the most damage on Breadon.
Right?
But he's still in the temple. He's still in Coruscant. I thought Endara or Klanaka did something really bad, or especially Torben, because they're just out in the middle of nowhere without any other Jedi around. And
Well,
yet,
because it's so telling, because the three of them are like, Torben's like, we thought we were doing the right thing. Like, Indara is freaked out. Still, Kelnaka is in exile. They all acknowledge they were wrong, and they can't live with it. But Sol literally goes to his grave, going, "I did the right thing. I don't know what you're talking about." So that's why he stuck around, because like he was the instigator, but he still doesn't see it that way, like even right up until the moment he died.
Oh, so I put a poll on our chat just about who your favorite Acolyte character is, and Chimera, of course, got 50%. Are we
surprised?
I wanted to talk about him, but I was like, I don't know. He's been talked about enough, but I do love him. He's not my fave, but I do love him.
There's never too much. Chimera.
I wanna bite his bicep.
Arzu! It's not waffles after dark.
It's almost 10 p.m. I can say whatever I want.
We've been so good. We have 9 minutes left of the stream, and we've been so well behaved. We played Kiss Mary Airlock, and we did not get in trouble with the YouTube robots. So,
oh my goodness!
Bite.
Tune in next week when we talk about Chimera for an hour, 4 hours straight.
Yeah, it's a Chimera show now.
4-hour Chimera stream.
Yeah,
which I think, knowing us, we could all do.
Oh, absolutely.
That's our season 2 charity stream, is going to be 4 consecutive hours of Chimera.
Yeah. They'd have to cut us off.
YouTube would be like, that's enough, actually.
That's too much thirst in one stream. Like,
chat, what do you think? Chat, should we do it?
Yeah, more Chimera? More Chimera?
Right.
I absolutely love his reveal. It is so beautiful. A lot of us saw it coming, but the way it was revealed is what was so shocking, and the brutality of killing Jackie, who I thought was like the one person with plot armor, because she's this adorable little Padawan. I'm like, Yord's not safe, Sol's not safe, but Jackie's just so cute, and she's like in all this marketing, and she's like played by what's the actress name?
Daphne Keane.
Thank you. And she's like, she's X-23, you know, right? That's the yeah. So I just assumed she was safe. And then that reveal, when after he like, and the camera comes to, you just see his face. Oh my goodness, beautiful.
I think I like, maybe just speaking for myself, but I think I'd kind of resigned myself to the fact that the people who were going to die this season were the 4 Jedi on Brendok. I'm like, those 4 are goners. Everybody else has plot armor. And then Jackie dies, and then Yord dies back to back. I'm like, so they're all dead. Like, nobody is safe. They're going to kill Vernestra. They're going to kill Osha. They're going to kill me. I'm like, nobody is safe anymore.
Right.
Yeah. Arzu was really like scared for Basil.
I was very scared for Basil. Because
he
I
reminds
said
her
it
of her
before, and I
gerbil.
said it early on the stream, but he reminds me of my pet gerbil. So I was like, if anything happens to Basil, my gerbil, he's actually sitting next to me right now. He's got the
What's your
Listen.
gerbil's name?
His name is Echo. He's named after the clone trooper.
Oh, not Echo. Wow.
He just looked up. He's like, "Are you
Bunch of
talking
hate.
about me?"
Ow.
Yeah.
It's my little trauma boy.
Yeah.
Oh.
But I love the quietness of the teach/corrupt episode. That like it's not too much going on then, but there's so many big character moments.
Mm-hmm.
It's just I can't believe watching that whole entire episode. I'm like, I cannot believe we're getting this in a Star Wars.
I could. It's so
I'm in
loud that
denial.
I could have believed it.
But I'm also very happy that Sith is talking about desire because, like, that's something like in Legends a lot. And honestly, desire is one of the things that Anakin has with Padme, and that's what he turns to the dark side. So they're very coded, and I feel like a lot of other media might have been a little too scared to like explore those parts.
People think THR stands for the High Republic. Incorrect. It's the Horny Republic. It is the most desire-filled segment era of Star Wars is the High Republic. So the fact that we've got a Sith Lord going like all of these dark emotions like desire. I'm like, yeah, this would happen in a High Republic show.
So good.
Oh, that is so good, Beatty Moore. Was May resetting Pip a foreshadowing of Kmar? I did it again. Wiping May's memory.
Oh yeah,
Chimere.
because there's also the foreshadowing of Chimere when the Jedi come to interrogate him at Malega, being like, "Don't do your Jedi mind wipe trick."
Yep,
Like
right
there's
there.
so many little breadcrumbs
Oh.
of it. I mean, it's also if anybody here in the chat watched Russian Doll, it's very familiar to the way that like Leslie breadcrumbs stories.
Mhm.
And then when you rewatch it, you're like, oh my God, this is so cool. How did I miss this?
I think it works too in retrospect because like thinking back to that line about the Jedi mind wipe, I remember going, since when do they mind wipe? Because at least in current canon, I can't think of an example, but he's maybe it happened in Legends, I don't know, but like he's obviously projecting that this is something he can do.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. And I love that the first time Chimere, right? Did I say it?
Yeah.
Chimere?
It's like Kylo,
Sorry.
but Chimere.
Chimere. Sorry.
Kylo. I'm dead.
It's late for me. And just like my brain. But the first time Chimere and Osha meet, he pretty much like automatically drops the mask with her. And we see that in Teach Corrupt. He literally drops everything in front of her.
Yep.
So it's such a comparison with May, who never saw him without the mask or saw him as Chimere, which was his mask. So it's just, again, it works so well.
He wouldn't even show May his face, but he's alone with Osha for 20 minutes. He's like, I'm going to show her my butt.
He showed her more than his
and then
I said
and then
she was
some,
holding his
but-
she was holding his lightsaber while looking at his lightsaber.
Oh,
but I'm the inappropriate one.
Look, okay, I'm going to say something inappropriate. She saw big and little head that day. Anyways.
Oh my God.
She did though.
I'm so dead right now.
You can't see, but I just took a sip of my drink.
Right. It's in 4 hours. We're here.
Hope has a good way. Come here.
I genuinely thought in Teach Corrupt when this man was taking off the robe and taking off the shirt, genuinely thought we were about to get a butt shot in Star Wars. I was so ready.
Yeah, why
And then he
didn't
just kind
we?
of, we see like his feet walking into the water and then he's like up to his neck. I'm like, listen, you had a chance and you didn't take it. That's what season 2 is for.
Okay. I think we might get an announcement at D23.
Fingers crossed.
I hope we don't have to wait till Celebration if there is a season 2 that they're going to announce it. But I feel like if they announce it D23 and then Celebration can be like an awesome panel talking about season 1 and maybe teasing a little bit about what season 2 is going to be. That is my hope.
If we got a D23 renewal, that's in August and the Celebration's in April.
Next
so by
month.
April, like at the panel, then we could get the cast for season 2, because we don't have much of a cast carrying over from season 1. We have like 3 people carrying over. So
basically, yeah, it would be what?
Yeah, 3 actors, 4 characters.
3 actors, 4
Angela,
characters.
Manny, and Rebecca,
and that's
Yeah.
it.
I mean, we just need Ocean and Chimere for
Exactly.
season
It
2.
just has to be their show.
Yeah, it's their show. We just live in it.
Exactly.
So that's what I'm hoping for.
I did want to say.
I hope we.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I just hope we see more of the senator. I'm sorry, his name is
Ravencourt. David Horowitz.
Thank you. I want to see. I want to see him and Yoda talking.
Yes,
Like,
I
that is-
need him in biblical ways.
Okay. Yes, Maggie said in Kiss Mary Airlock that she would make a good senator's wife. So
I'm just saying.
I believe that. I ship you. I ship you guys.
Thank you. I loved him as Friar Tuck many, many moons ago. So it's a continuous thing. But on the topic of season 2, I did want to say that fans are doing a like watch party / hashtag push on July 23rd, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the Renew the Acolyte hashtag. So if you want to show your love for the show, talk about the things that you love about it, there's going to be a trending event. Some of us in the chat might remember the trending events that we did after the Rise of Skywalker about a certain character whose death we were really disappointed in, that we made trend as number 2 in the United States for like a day. So let's bring that same energy to the chat for Renew the Acolyte on July 23rd.
Awesome. Yeah.
July 23rd.
But yeah, and I hope they see like, look at all these nerds bring like we came together for charity because we love the Acolyte and of course equality now. So yeah. Thank you so much, everyone. I'm so so thrilled. We got to $3,000. Like this is gonna help some people.
Yes.
I love that. Thank you so much for organizing. This is amazing.
Yes.
It's actually been so much fun to do this. I've enjoyed every minute of it. I've stressed out a little bit, but everyone's made it so easy. You ask for help and people will help you. And that's what's so great about this community. So yeah, remember the power of many. Yes, the fandom.
Power of Manny. Sorry.
That's what we're ending it on for equality. But I hope everyone has a good night. Thank you for joining us on this 4.5 hour stream. Arzu, our longest stream yet.
I know.
Season 2, we got to do 5 hours on.
That's it.
Hi, Mir. But yes,
it's easy.
Everyone
We're gonna have 8 episodes worth of material.
Yes. Everyone have a great night, and may the force be with you.
May the
Force be with you.
Light life.